Good evening, chaps and chapettes. Welcome to the Sultans of Shadilay podcast. I am Bezek as always, and I am joined by Trim.
Hello. Hello,
Trim,
everyone.
Trim is slightly less dead than he was last week. Slightly.
Slightly.
But we can
As you can
confirm,
hear by my wonderful voice.
though, that the flu still exists.
Yes. Unfortunately, it still holds a solid grip on me.
Fantastic. So, welcome to today's episode of The Black Pill. Because we ain't got no good news this week, do we?
Well, technically, you do have the labor diversity hire, which is the definition of the perfect idiot. She's a gift that keeps on giving. I know she comes with a lot of black pill things, but she's just so perfect.
Indeed, the
I just
perfect
laugh.
idiot.
Yes, and it is a beautiful thing.
Yes. Sadly, still doesn't stop idiots from getting elected, does it?
Nah, but could have been worse, I guess.
Could it?
Yeah, she could be elected.
Yeah, hopefully she gets at least 12 months in prison.
That'd be fucking amazing.
But we'll get to that later. So, shall we talk about how women have a ticking biological clock and it's all men's fault?
Yeah. Of course it's our fault, especially you and mine.
Exactly, but my patriarchy check is light this week.
Ah, shit. Yeah, you too, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, I tried to cash it out early, but no, they keep on just bitching at me.
Yeah, clearly there's something wrong at the processing office.
Yeah. Do you think that they're the same guys who work for the Australian Australian version of NOV benefits office? The hell do you call your benefits office anyway?
Our
In
benefits
Norway, it's
office is
NOV.
called Centrelink, and it's an absolute abomination.
Dentlink?
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't know why it's called that. Our politicians are the dumbest in the fucking Western world.
that sounds actually dumber than ours.
Yes, it is impressive to have the dumbest politicians ever. And this includes Labour's diversity hire.
Oh man. Well, at least no, actually she is malicious and stupid. The perfect storm.
Just like our politicians. She'd fit in well in
Yeah,
Australia, I think.
seems like it.
Yeah. So, Cambridge University's last all-female colleges is set to introduce fertility seminars to teach women to start planning to have children by their mid-30s or risk forgetting to have a baby.
Oh well, it's I don't know, should I call it stupid because I really want to do, but I'm also happy that they're actually finally just talking about that
Hmm.
thing.
It does sound a lot like getting what you fucking asked for, though, doesn't it?
Oh, it does.
How
Without a
many
doubt.
decades did feminists scream, you don't need to have a kid or you can have it all? Yeah, it turns out that by the time you hit 35, if you don't have it all, you're boned. Now, who could have possibly seen that coming?
Mm, everyone with a pair of eyes, I think.
And quite a few
But
blind
don't
people.
quote me on that.
So, fertility rate in England and Wales has decreased from 1.58 children per woman in 2020 to 1.53 in the first quarter of 2021. Now, while that is a problem, and I like what Cambridge is doing, I don't think that that number is due to the normal issues. I think there might be some other reason that people might be hesitant to have kids at the moment.
Well, I mean, there are many. You have those people that are like, yeah, nah, I'm not ready for it. I mean, some people is honestly correct when they say they're not mature enough for it, but You also have the economic part. People have been focusing a bit too much on that, in my opinion.
Yes, but
Also, it's
I do
just scary.
understand I do understand why they're focusing a lot on the economic part of it. If they already can't afford anything, how is adding an extra mouth to feed going to help that?
Exactly. But then again, there's this. It's kind of weird saying this, though, but I know of quite a few people that are not in the richest part of life, and they manage to keep a kid pretty well.
Indeed, but I imagine they wouldn't be much happier with more money.
Oh, they would, but they manage to scrape by.
Yeah. Well, I love how they say, though, that the new lessons will help empower female students to understand more about their fertility.
Yeah.
No, yeah, like Student of History says, lack of opportunity in the current setting. Yeah, it turns out the fertility rates take a massive nosedive if it's been illegal to go to pubs and meet people for the last 2 years.
Yeah. I mean, the lack of social interactions might have something to do with the fact that not people that people aren't really hooking up these days.
Yes, because it's actually illegal in some places.
Which still is kind of retarded. Well, everywhere except Scandinavia.
Yes, Scandinavia is doing quite well.
Yes, we are.
Let me see if
You
I
really
can
should get
find.
over here.
You know, if the government would let me leave, as it says I'm allowed to in Section 13 of the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, I'd do that.
Is there actually wait, isn't Ukraine actually opening up for people being allowed to actually I don't know, what was it? Immigrate or what was it again? I don't remember. Sorry. Ukraine did something that yeah, taking refugees just for the same thing that's happening in Australia. I might be wrong, so don't
I think
paraphrase me there.
was it the Ukraine that was taking social justice refugees? Let's have a
Yeah,
quick
that's it.
Google.
Because if they do, then awesome.
Yes, though I would wonder what their COVID policies are.
Well, I mean, it's Ukraine.
Yeah, it's not exactly highlighted as the topic of at the highest level of human rights. But then again, I used
Yeah.
to think that Australia had human rights, so maybe the Ukraine's not that bad.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe it was Hungary.
yeah, that's it. How the hell do I take? Sorry, guys.
Let's see. Do, 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 do. Yeah, sadly, there's not much useful stuff showing up on the internet. Info Migrants is complaining about xenophobia, racism, and something else, but so,
That's not really that unusual, to be honest.
yeah, as usual, internet is whining.
Yep.
And Student of History says in regards to the fertility rates, 18 months, and if she don't live with me, I can't get it. Yes. Huh. Okay, so here's something that's quite interesting. According to macro trends, which, let's be real, is probably about as useful as anything else, the Australian fertility rate is 1.803 births per woman, 0.55% decline from 2020. That's awfully high. I want to see that broken down by race and country of parents. Because I'd be
That'd be
willing to
interesting.
bet that that is not white Australians.
Pretty certain.
Hell,
But
it's
does it
probably not
really
even in.
matter?
Yes. Yes, it does.
I mean, it depends on the statistics. What kind of statistics?
Yeah. Student of history says, just saying, some places in the world are made impossible for young men and young women who don't live together to click heels. Yes, because going out to see an intimate partner is somehow a crime against humanity.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. So Dorothy Burns, 69, had her only daughter as a single parent aged 45. That's bloody old.
Oh.
Also, she's 69, so how old does that make her kid?
How long did
Like
she?
24-ish?
Yeah, seems like it.
So if her daughter follows her example, she'll be dead by the time she has a grandchild.
Pretty much.
But she's realised this is a problem, so well, all credit to her.
I mean, at least they learn.
Yeah, they should plan to start one by their mid-30s or risk ending up childless. I mean, honestly, mid-30s is a lot later than you'd consider, realistically, because, consider it. By the time the kid's 10, you'll be 45.
I know, right? I mean, one of my best friends actually got a kid when he was 43. His wife is
Yes.
29, 28, I
Aha!
guess.
Yes. Because here's the thing, Trim. Men are fertile until death.
Pretty much, yeah.
Women, on the other hand, Prime Knight says having a family should be promoted, not vilified as it is today. Absolutely.
Great.
And this doesn't just mean single mothers with 17 kids living entirely off government benefits. No, we need two parents.
Yeah. Who gonna take care of my children? Who gonna pay for my kids?
Yeah. So apparently it was 1.92 children per woman in England and Wales in 2011. Holy crap, that's massive.
That isn't a lack of people.
Yep. Average age for giving birth has risen to 30.
That's nice.
It's not really good.
Nope.
Especially if you want a bunch of kids.
Right? I mean, what was the average age of having kids in like the 60s? Because I remember my grandparents on the mother's side, they had like what, 5 kids? And my grandparents on the father's side, they were relatively a small family because they only had 3.
Yeah. Well, Forbes has an article we might have a look at. Oh, AIF. Let's see. Oh, this is some interesting stuff. This is from Australian, so we'll have a look at it. So the Australian Institute of Family Studies, whoever they are. So we can actually look at the number of births and total fertility rate from 1920 to 2020, or 20 something, 2019-ish.
Nice.
Yep. So let's see. Fertility rate was about 3.2-ish in 1920. Interestingly enough, it dropped to 2.3 or 2.4 in 1930. And then there was a massive spike shortly after 1940. Wonder why. It's interesting, though, that there's a massive drop-off in the 1970s.
Yeah.
So Australia actually dropped below the replacement rate in about 1975-ish.
Okay. Interesting.
Yes, what's also really interesting is why the fuck has our population gone up?
Well, maybe a word that starts with I and ends with Asian. I mean, I might be wrong.
Yes, well, I'd be willing to bet that's exactly what it is. Actually, let's have a look. Because we can find some data.
Okay. I like data.
Let's start with the most trustworthy of sources, Wikipedia.
Okay. That is the smartest and most
Net
trustworthy of all
overseas
sources.
migration has increased from 30,000 in 1992 to 93 to 178,000 in 2015 to 16.
Okay.
That's a fucking problem.
Right.
In 2012, the migration program was up to 990,000.
Repeat that.
190,000 in 2012.
Oh. Oh. That's that's a bit too much.
Just a little.
Just a little.
Considering that the population of Australia is only about 27 million now. Now, interestingly, this article somewhere tells us something very fucking interesting. If I can find it again. As of 2019, 30% of the Australian resident population, or 7.5 million people, had been born overseas. How about
That
fuck off?
Yeah, I disavow that. Well, oh, Jonathan Crow disavows because he's an immigrant to the UK. I mean, I won't shame you, buddy.
Yes, well, let's have a look at where they're from. From the Australian Bureau of Statistics in 2020. England, 980,000 is the source. Then there's India, 721,000. Mainland China, 650,000. New Zealand, 564,000. 310,000 from the Philippines. 270,000 from Vietnam. Meanwhile, only 104,000 from Hong Kong.
But what about, Australian-born Australians? That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Well,
That makes
that's
sense.
only 70% of the fucking country, apparently.
Okay. I mean, at least you're not racist.
You say that. Because,
Well, well, you got a lefty government, so of
yes.
course you're racist.
Well, that's okay. In the Northern Territory, they still managed to hate both white people and Aboriginals at the same time. Because in the
I
Northern
mean,
Territory, they have dry communities because they think that the Aboriginals are too stupid to not abuse alcohol, rape their children, beat their wives. Why do they think that? Because they kind of do. But the
but don't
policies
say
aren't
that
helping.
publicly.
The policies aren't
But
helping.
don't tell them that. They tend to get really, really pissy if you do.
Yes, I really do.
Oh my God, no, no, no. Sorry, I'm playing a game again, and of course I got stabbed in the face.
Get good.
Fuck you. Please be a good. Yes. Oh,
Here's
it's
a
a.
little chart. Monthly arrivals since 1976. Let's see. From 2010 to 2020, we are sitting between 12,000 and about 15,000. Oh boy, that's a lot.
That is an ugly graph.
Yes. It's,
God,
it
that's a
shot up
bad rise.
massively from the 2000s.
Ooh, that's kind of disavow that, dude. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. And the biggest problem, they say the largest components of immigration are the skilled migration and family reunion programs.
Okay.
The problem with the skilled migration program is it's a scam.
Really?
Yes. Because it turns out that people who are desperate to live in what is theoretically a first world Western country don't tend to complain too loudly when they are being financially, economically, sexually abused.
Right. Because why complain on the people that gave you everything you have? You
And,
ungrateful little shit.
yeah, and fortunately, there's another problem, which is temporary visa holders or students. So people can come to Australia on a backpacking holiday where they can work for up to 2 years. Problem is, they do things like working in the farms for a fraction of the minimum wage. Because
Right.
Australians, they get all uppity when people try to pay them less than the minimum wage. And apparently that's a flaw with the Australians, say the farmers.
Right. That's a really long ass fucking holiday.
Yep,
Just saying. And last time I checked, you're not supposed to work on your holidays, but hey, who am I to know?
indeed. So let's jump back to this chart and have a look. So, up until from the 2000s-ish, the birth rate in Australia, the number of births per year is approximately 300,000 and change.
Right.
Yet we're having 178,000 plus people a year immigrate to the country.
That is too much.
Yes. Far too much.
Mm.
So let's go look at how women, not remembering that women aren't fertile for 70 years, is men's fault.
Right. Because that's fair.
Yeah. So, some dopey old bint says that Cambridge has got it wrong. It's not women who need lessons about their fertility, but men in employers. No, I'm pretty sure men instinctively understand women's fertility, and employers don't care because it's not their fucking job.
Right.
Why the fuck is fertility an employer's problem? And also, has this woman ever met a man? Probably not.
Probably have. I mean, she probably has. She sounds like a wonderful catch. Such a wonderful lady.
Yeah, so. This crazy cow says, in my early 30s, the wife's friend took me aside at dinner and cautioned me never to take a decision at work over a baby that is not yet conceived. What? When people talk about the motherhood penalty, they imagine it's the cost of 9 months out of the office. They don't imagine a 5, 7, even 10-year hiatus made up of never going maternity leave packages, trying to conceive, miscarriages, pregnancies, and so on. Yeah, that's called having a family, you stupid bitch.
And there's going to be more miscarriages for every goddamn year you wait.
Exactly.
I mean, statistically, at least.
There are myriad, endlessly complex reasons why a woman might have children, but right at the very bottom of that list would be the utterly fathomable idea that they forgot. No, I can totally see how they'd forget, you silly bitch, just because you don't have a real job. So, what? Let's say a woman wants to be a doctor. So that's what? 4 years of university? 4 more years of. At least 4 more years of medical school. I don't know how it works. So that's 8 years. That's 26. So now she wants to be a doctor. So that's what? Another 4 to 6 years of scut work in the hospitals? Congratulations, you're now 30 and your career has just gone started.
Right. And then there's at least 5 years to build yourself up.
Yes.
Yeah, because when you
So
start
all of a
working,
sudden,
I mean, from the beginning, here's a
all of
bottom
a
pay.
all of a sudden, you're 35 and you've not stopped working long enough to meet a man, let alone have a kid.
Right.
So now you turn around and go, okay, I'm 35 and successful, I want a family. Oh, why are all the 35-year-old men not interested? Because they're either already fucking married, or they'd much rather have a younger woman. Because they're not insane.
That is really true. There aren't that many people that are interested in an older woman, and that's not cruel to say. It's actually just a sad truth.
Yeah. Billy Blogs asks, does Australia allow Muslims in and give them free housing benefits, then allow them to have 4 wives, of which all get free housing and child benefits so they can have 16 plus kids? Yes. There is no cap on the amount of children someone can have and receive benefits for.
Really?
Yes, which is why the people having children are single drug addicts who are coked out of their mind and have 17 kids called John that they tell apart by the surname. Assuming they even bothered to learn the father's name before they fucked him.
I mean, that's highly unlikely when you think about it. No offense.
Yeah. So, let's see what this stupid bitch has. So, no, it's not women who need to be forced to talk about the realities of fertility and work while they're still young as men. No. Men don't have fertility problems at the age of 35, or 40, or 45, or 50, or since the advent of Viagra, 70.
Right?
If a man's still breathing and has a penis, he's pretty much fertile.
Yeah. And if he can't get it up, well, then you got Viagra.
Yep. So,
Funny little invention.
Yeah, the silly bitch says, for many women, the problem isn't making their mind up about whether they want to have children, but finding a man who is willing to take on the burden of family life. Again, I don't think she's ever met a man. She may have met boys, but she's never met a man.
True.
Too many men sail through life discarding side relationships when the pressure for children starts to pile on. Yes, because crazy bitches be crazy.
Yeah, and boys aren't really likely to step up. Men tend to do.
Yes, but also, where is any incentive for a man to have a child? Other than base dadism.
Not much from what I can gather.
So, here's an example of what happens. Man meets woman. Man fucks woman. Right. Woman pops out kid. Woman is a crazy bitch. Leaves him. Sues him for child support. So now, 30% of his income goes to some bitch and some kid that he probably never sees because the family courts are stacked against men.
That seems very familiar. Depressingly familiar, actually.
You want men to be interested in having a family? How about we reform family court? That'd be a good fucking start.
I mean, that would be fair, at least.
Yep. How about we not give kids to drug fuck crazy bitches just because they're women?
I mean, that would be reasonable, but fuck reasonable.
Yep. And of course, the other issue is 35-year-old men have spent 35 years meeting women. Women who are
Really?
not interested in relationships, not interested in having kids, all sorts of crazy shenanigans. So a man gets to 35 without having kids. What's the incentive for him to want anything to do with a 35-year-old woman? Because,
Love or money or connections? I mean, those are reasons.
Aaron Sasina says, this argument falls apart. As a married man, I'm having to fight with my wife over having kids. She's right about the money and wants to enjoy her 20s more. Bingo. The problem isn't men, it's women. Exactly. And Harry says, but that would mean treating a man as a human being, not a monster. Yes, and feminists will never do that.
I mean, a hope, but let's not give them too much hope now, shall we?
Yep, so she then goes on to say, the men are rolling the dice again, knowing they have at least another decade to date younger, and put off the ultimate irrevocable decision. Yes! So,
Yeah.
what does that mean for you? It means that you have to make yourself attractive to men.
But that is sexist.
Yes. Unfortunately, men tend to like young, sexy women who look up to or respect them in some way. Not as subservient to them, but respect them. So some 35-year-old bitch who spent her entire life being an academic nutcase is not going to be attractive to any sane man.
What? Really? And here I thought they were the sexiest thing since, I don't know, something, I don't know. I can't even make the joke.
Yeah,
Sorry, guys.
yeah. So Robert Longshore says, in a good week for me in my teens was 3 times a day, not for knocking one out. Now at 35, I'm too busy to be doing that all the time, but could do once a day comfortably. And Duffy B says that men are looking for fertile women too. So, to add on to Robert Longshore, somewhere I heard of a study that apparently men can knock one out 7 times a day, every day, to some degree of success, because that's how men evolved.
Boy.
But actually, let's look at this woman's argument from an evolutionary standpoint. So, let's see. What are women attracted to in a man? They are attracted to, generally, health. And what was that other thing? Oh, yes. Power.
That too.
The women are attracted to power and status. And essentially, that's all women are attracted to. They like to think they're attracted to good-looking men, but Hugh Hefner proves that to be bullshit.
Yeah. I mean, women are really practical when it comes to choosing a man. Choosing a man.
Well, yes,
As weird as that
kind of.
sounds.
But evolutionary, women are looking for the man that is most likely to give them the best children. So who would that be? Oh, I don't know. The head man of the tribe. The strongest, smartest, most respected man they can find.
Yeah.
Thing
The
is,
one with the stone.
so strong, smart, high status. None of those is age or attractive or looks.
Nope.
Now, let's flip it. What do men look for in a woman?
Age, attractiveness,
Usually
fertility.
a heartbeat. That's about it.
That too.
Yes. But when they get more specific, every straight man of any age, if you walk an attractive woman in her 20s past them, will stop and look.
Yep.
Why? Because
Can confirm.
what do men want evolutionarily? Well, they want the woman who has the highest chance of producing multiple high quality offspring, because that's the point of that's what evolution essentially is sex selects for, or rather the goal evolutionarily of life is to pass on your genes, and you do that by having kids that have kids. And as a man, how can you ascertain that? Well, you find the young, sexy, healthy woman, and then you have 20 kids with her. Or 20 kids with her, and 20 kids with her sister, and 20 kids with the friend next door.
I mean, a lot of Christian people will disavow.
Let's see. Student of History says, well, the issue is if every woman's chasing the chieftain, what incentive does he have to bed and keep one of if there's 20 others right there? And what's to be said of the other men in the tribe? Gee, I wonder if there's a reason that tribal societies like that have a phenomenally high level of male violence. Is it because the other men want their turn with the 20 other women? And the only way they can do that is if they knock the chieftain off his pedestal?
Possibly. I mean, science shows one thing, but hey.
Indeed. But it is in men's that is why essentially hypergamy is good for women, shit for men. Because it is good for each of the 20 women to have the chieftain. It is not good for the other 30 men in the tribe for those 20 women to all be with the chieftain.
Right.
Culturally enforced monogamy, as Student of History points out, is great for men. It's absolutely fantastic for men.
Because, well, then they can at least have a partner.
Yes. But also, if it's socially acceptable for a man to... Let me rephrase. If it's socially acceptable for a man in the environment of evolutionary adaptation, aka 200,000 years ago, to bash a man over the head with a club if he tries to mess with his woman, men aren't going to mess with his woman.
Right. It tends to be a good deterrent.
Exactly. Monogamy is great for men. And let's explore that a little. So you're a man, and let's say you're 16, but to 20,000 years ago, you're 16, and there's this attractive 16-year-old female in your tribe. And then you have a complex courtship ritual and some form of marriage, which means it's then socially acceptable for you to belt the hell out of any man that comes close, and it's socially unacceptable for them to do so. Right, you're now 16 with a 16-year-old woman. How many kids can you have over the next 30 years?
It's a lot.
Exactly.
I'm not really good into those kinds of maths, but I just don't gotta stick with the "it's a lot" answer. I feel that's a secure one.
Yes. Especially when you consider that you don't have antibiotics in modern medicine. And most
Yeah.
kids don't live to their first birthday. So you want a young bride so you can have more kids, so you have a higher chance of succeeding.
Yeah.
Yes, as Robert Longshore points out, depending how long you live. Billy Blog says they thought harems were the default in the past. In some cultures. And do you wonder why Christianity is so successful?
Enforced monogamy because it gives loyalty, and then you avoid the whole jealousy thing.
Well, I You
And
reduce
also the whole
certain.
thing, well, reduce some things, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of reason why it worked. And sometimes I'm just talking out of my ass.
Yeah, let me see if I can pull up some information to go with what I'm spitballing, because I'm basically just using some information from old Lindy Beige videos. He's a clever bastard, that fucker. Evolutionary psychology is the way to go.
I mean, it's what got us where we are. Ooh, okay. Oh.
Well, I might. So here's some article. So, hypergamy. Definition of power dynamics defines female hypergamy as female hypergamy is the pursuit and or attraction that women feel for men who are better than they are. Turns out that women want high value men.
I mean, what a shock.
Yep. So what do men want? Turns out, attractive women.
Yep. But according to the feminists, men only wants women they can control, dominate, and subjugate, and blah blah blah.
Yeah. So the article goes on to talk about look how hard men work to climb dominance hierarchies and accumulate resources. Men work harder than women to actualize their own hypergamy.
Really?
Yes. In simple terms, male hypergamy trades status, power, and resources for looks. Female hypergamy trade looks for status, power, and resources, which is essentially exactly what we've just been talking about.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of obvious too.
Billy Blogs asks, is monogamy better for women or men or both? I'm pretty sure that it's actually better for men. Student of History, though, argues that I would say monogamy in the long run benefits women more, to be honest, because it locks men down so that when the beauty fades, she still has someone. But keep in mind that these instincts are set 200,000 years ago to 20,000 years ago. When women didn't live to 50.
Yeah, they tend to die. Some of them tend to die while being still kind of hot.
Yeah.
Of course, thinking about Floor, from Nightwish. She's in what, 40s? God, she's hot. Don't judge.
I'm not, because I'm remembering her from some of her older videos.
Yep. And if anyone here says that Floor isn't hot, then you're lying.
Okay, here we go. It's from psychologytoday.com. How monogamy helps men. Surprising to many, monogamy is actually a boon to men.
Honestly, I want to say it's a boon to both, but if we're going to get technical, then, I
Uh-oh,
mean,
Discordia's popped in.
hello, Discordia.
How does monogamy give males an evolutionary advantage? Because it ensures them better access to mates. If the chieftain has one woman, that means that there are 19 women available to the other men of the tribe. Monogamy is better for men.
Yeah. But in modern cases, I'm just going to say that because of the whole they age past 50, I'm just going to say that it benefits women as much.
Yeah.
Nowadays, at least.
But yes, I'd say the biggest benefit to monogamy isn't necessarily for the highest men. It's actually for the lower men. Because as we said before, if the chieftain's got 20 women, you've got, say, 19 men in the tribe who don't have women and are pissed off and are likely to kill the head man.
That is actually pretty true. Sorry.
For an
Oh
individual
yeah,
man,
I just got good and killed the face stabby
yeah,
robot.
nice. Billy Blog says, overall better for men, I meant for an individual man. Again, I think it's, for an individual man, it probably is better. Because not all men are the chieftain. 99% of the men aren't the men at the top. So let's have a look at...
I mean, who would have thought?
So let's see... So they say that given that monogamy is not natural to human beings, why is it currently so widespread? Note the fact that monogamy isn't natural doesn't mean that it isn't possible or even desirable. So, let's have a look. Yes, student of
There's a
history.
reason why people with a lot of power and popularity tends to slip
Student
around.
of history says monogamy. Everyone gets a mate, no need for intertribal violence, and you can focus on extra-tribal violence. Yes. And evolutionarily, the individual man or woman doesn't matter so much as the collective. Because the better the collective, the more they pass on their genes. If the tribe grows, it's more likely to be successful and pass on genes. So let's have a look. So they go to say, let's look at why monogamy has become so popular, at least in the modern Western world, and at least in theory, if not always in practice. Understandable. Although monogamy is exceedingly rare among animal species, it is found in a few cases, and nearly always the path seems to be associated with the adaptive benefit of biparental childcare, something that Homo sapiens finds especially beneficial, given that we are unusual in that our offspring are profoundly helpless. Birth. But we also know that prior to the cultural homogenization that followed European colonialism, more than 83% of human societies were preferentially polygamous, and that polygamy was also prominent in the ancient Near East, from which that presumed Western move to monogamy originated. So they then go on to ask why such a large segment of society switch from polygamy to monogamy. Okay, here we go. So they have a guess, which goes as follows. And I think it's going to be in. Imagine a polygynous society with an average harem size of, say, 10. This means that for every male harem keeper, there are 9 unsuccessful, sexually and reproductively frustrated, resentful bachelors. The simple reality is that polygyny is disadvantageous not only for women, for complex reasons, but even more so for men, since with a 50-50 sex ratio, there are unmated men in proportion as polygyny obtains. This... Yeah, he then waffles a lot.
That happens a lot.
So basically, monogamy is a great democratizing institution, enabling men to have a wife and a chance at a family, the great majority of whom would be otherwise left out. The hypothesis thus goes that Western society in particular inculcated monogamy as a trade-off, whereby powerful men essentially agreed to forego the obvious trappings of polygyny in return for a degree of social peace and harmony. Which is essentially, I think, what I was saying.
Yeah. Just more sciencey, I guess.
With more waffle. Would be what I'd say.
Yeah, he's right. And not the good kind of waffles.
So, just quickly to look at another article where the headline's mostly more useful than the article. Men like monogamy less than women. Right. Wrong. Think again. Female identifying participants were significantly more comfortable with the idea of non-monogamy than male identifying ones. Because it's all about reproductive success. Evolutionarily.
Yep. I mean, it's nothing to argue on there, actually.
Let me see if I can find the pissing article. I'm trying to remember the Lindy Beige video so I could reference it so people can check it out later. Let me see if I can do some Google search. I known I was going to go down this rabbit hole.
Billy Blogs wonders how all of this works with globalism.
Good question.
Sorry.
Ooh, I
This
might.
corner pretty much has a good point.
Yeah.
Billy, it could be that many of those unsuccessful, frustrated males take dinghies to other countries and enrich the local women. And let me add, usually by force.
Yes. Well, let's have a look at an article from The Economist. Yes. Which I think is actually getting to my other point. The link between polygamy and war. Plural marriage, bred of inequality, begets violence.
Okay.
Yep, it is a truth universally acknowledged, or at least widely accepted in South Sudan, that a man in possession of a good fortune must be in want of many wives. Paul Malong, South Sudan's former army chief of staff, is more than 100. No one knows the exact number. Men in South Sudan typically marry as often as their wealth, often measured in cattle, will allow. Perhaps 40% of all marriages are polygamous. Few South Sudanese see the connection between these matrimonial customs and the country's horrific civil war. If you ask them the reasons for the violence, locals will blame tribalism, greedy politicians, weak institutions, perhaps the oil wealth, which gives warlords something to fight over. All true, but not the whole story. Where it is widely practiced, polygamy, specifically polygamy, the taking of multiple wives, destabilizes society, largely because it is a form of inequality which creates an urgent distress in the hearts and loins of young men.
Okay.
If a rich man has a Lamborghini, that does not mean that a poor man has to walk, for the supply of cars is not fixed. By contrast, every time a rich man takes an extra wife, another poor man must remain single. If the richest and most powerful 10% of men have, say, 4 wives each, the bottom 30% of men cannot marry. Young men will take desperate measures to avoid this state. So this is one of the reasons why the Arabs being erupted, why the jihadists of Boko Haram and Islamic State were able to conquer swathes of Nigeria, Iraq, and Syria, and why the polygamists in parts of Indonesia and Haiti are so turbulent. Polygamous societies are bloodier, more likely to invade their neighbours, and more prone to collapse than others are. The taking multiple wives is a feature of life in all 20 of the most unstable countries on the Fragile States Index.
Yeah.
And basically it then goes on to talk
really
about it, which again,
it.
so this is a really good article which essentially goes deep into exactly what I was referencing, trying to reference earlier. If 10% of the men have 50% of the women, the bottom 50% of men are going to be pissed off and ready to cut some heads off.
Or die trying. That's also something that happens quite a lot.
Yeah. As the history says, polygamy leads to large-scale violence because the men are wound up. Exactly. So that's one of the reasons why monogamy is good. So that's basically why monogamy is better for men than it is for women. Evolutionarily and on the large scale. For the individual woman, it's probably not necessarily great, but on an evolutionary scale for the species, polygyny is better for women because there is a statistic, something like only 40% of all the men that have ever lived have successfully reproduced to the modern age. Conversely, something like 80% of the women who have ever lived have contributed to the modern age. And we can tell this due to Y chromosomes and mitochondrial DNA. There we go. Student History asks, if you die fighting to get some, is that simping?
No, actually, no. That's my opinion, though, but I might be wrong.
I would say no as well.
I mean, it's like the whole or die trying thing. Even though if you fail, there's a certain kind of honor in it.
Yeah. Billy Blogs makes an excellent point. China has a problem thanks to the CCP's policy. They have an excess of males, millions of which will never find a partner. Maybe that's planned for, or is why they seem to be prepping for war. I can actually remember the title of this video, I think.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Good old Lindy Beige. So, in this video, A Prophecy of a Future Army from 2013, he actually talks about exactly that. How China has a hell of a lot of unmarried men who are very, very desperate for status.
Yeah, because status gives benefits.
Yes. And it also talks about things like why Islamic State is so good at recruiting. Low status men, all of a sudden they've got a gun and as many women as they can capture.
Yeah. For enrichment.
Tan Devereaux says, I thought they were relaxing that policy. They have relaxed their one-child policy and they are encouraging people to have more girls. Unfortunately, that's a problem that takes about 18 years to work it to solve. At the bare
18
minimum.
years in a 18 years in a I almost said sentient country, but truly one with the functioning moral backbone.
So yeah, the tags basically tell it all. China is one child policy burst. So you've got a split. If you've got any, and interestingly enough, I can't remember which video he said it in, but they did a study once, and that every time the percentage of men over women goes up slightly, the murder rate goes up as well. There is a direct correlation between having more men than women and the murder rate, because nearly all murders committed are young men killing other young men, usually over stupid shit. I believe they actually did that part of that study on England because they've got court records going back forever.
I mean, you have that. Damn it, I've forgotten the name of it. But there's this Viking tradition where a man could challenge another man, and if he won, he wouldn't get all his belongings, all his land, and his women.
Yes.
All thing he had to do was win.
I bet that encouraged a hell of a lot of violence, didn't it?
Yep. A lot of families were forged that way, and broken that way.
It is an unfortunate fact that men like women a lot. Holmgang. Prime Knight says. And Student History says, yeah, demographic problems take time to fix without immigration. Oh, hey, we found something. And maybe immigration is not the way to fix demographic problems. Let me see if I can get the auto-generated subtitles for this video.
Prophecy of a future army.
Yes. I'd love to just be able to play the video, but I don't just want to steal his work.
That's good. You got standage.
Okay. So, I'm just going to read from the subtitles. I'm afraid I don't have the time right now to write a dystopian science fiction novel, but if there's someone out there who does have time, but is perhaps lacking for an idea, here's an idea for you. It's based on reality. You see, China for quite some while had a one-child only policy, and boys, sons, were considerably more favoured than daughters, and so couples who did have daughters, well, let's just say that the result was an awful lot more sons. Note those sons were, of course, growing up. There was reading an estimate in the paper that when the generation does grow up and reaches marriageable age, there'll be 100 million men of marriageable age in China in excess of the number of women of marriageable age. So 100 million young men who have absolutely no chance whatsoever of getting a wife.
Oh. That's a bit depressing.
Yeah. And so basically it then goes on to talk about why would China possibly want to start some wars? They might, maybe it's because they have 100 million young men that the country would be a lot better off without.
Yeah. Seems sick, but it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, the CCP is very racist and will not accept replacing the Han Chinese with foreigners. They're busy genociding non-Han internally. There's no way to accept mass immigration, says Billy Blogs. So there we go. So essentially, that's essentially my point again. So what do you do with 100 million young men who, if they are not kept occupied, will be a problem for your society? Well, it turns out that you throw them at Taiwan.
Yeah, throw them at real China.
Yep. Yeah, as Billy Vlog says, it suits the CCP goal to become the global hegemon, and killing off the excess men would be no loss to them. Exactly. They've got approximately 100 million young men of fighting age with nothing to do except cause trouble. So it's entirely in China's best interest for them to cause trouble over there in that country we really, really want to not exist anymore.
Yep.
Yeah, yep, Robert Longshore says very loudly, you make them someone else's problem. I assume that's a direct response to my question of what you do with 100 million young men. So, yep, Time Devereaux says a lot of spare men lying around doing nothing essentially costs nothing for them to be lost to, say, a war. Exactly. So, that's what you do when you've got 100 million young men. Pretty sure Taiwan doesn't have 100 million citizens.
There's kind of a lack of numbers there.
Yeah. What's the population of the US? 370 million? So probably only 100 million of them are men of fighting age. However, China can lose 100 million men of fighting age with no societal damage. If America lost 100 million men of fighting age, America would collapse. There would be no America.
You got a point there.
But that Billy Blogs asks, I wonder if the excess males in China is all part of the CCP's 100-year plan. I wonder if they're that smart, but I mean, maybe. Wouldn't take it could even be shorter than a 100-year plan. It's not beyond the realm of, say, a 30-year 40-year-old or even 50-year-old Chinese guy to go, what if we have for like 10 years only boys? And then all of a sudden, we hit, 20 years after that, we've all of a sudden got a massive population of young men with nothing better to do, who we don't need to make the next generation.
I mean, that's a way to get rid of them, at least.
Exactly. And it's excellent for their society. Don't have a problem of 100 million young men getting uppity because they've got no chance of a wife if you send them all off to get uppity in some other country.
Oh.
David Taylor says they don't plan ahead properly. The CCP aren't that clever. They might not be, but
I mean,
I'll tell you one thing
they're
that we've
communists.
seen. There's one thing we've seen about China. They aren't going to let a good disaster go to waste.
That's also true.
We saw that in March and April 2020. I don't think it was an intentional leak, but they sure as shit didn't wait for a second to take advantage of it.
I mean, opportunists, at least.
Yes. And interestingly, at the same time, they are banning bullshit that feminizes men.
Taste. I wish
Robert
more people
Longshore
could do that.
says 100 million young men who aren't the most accomplished. That's why they have no wives, and snaps fingers, removed from the gene pool. Boom. There is absolutely no loss to the CCP at all in this scenario.
Nope.
Chinese eugenics. It's a very excellent.
It's not wrong.
Exactly. It's a very excellent use of excess young men. What do you do with them? Well, you can't just kill them. That'll upset everyone. But if you make up some reason to go to war, well, who knows? If you do it right, you might even be praised for it, and then all of a sudden that problem is gone. And maybe you've achieved many successes.
Yeah, there's something there.
Jim Fisher says, so long and short of this heavy-duty tangent, monogamy societally and personally good. Also keep the number of women high for peace. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, ideally, you keep it at 49% men, 51% women. Because it's very good for society if everyone pairs up and has 2.1 children.
Yeah.
3-bedroom house, white picket fence, 1 or more dogs, several cats.
Yeah. Definitely cats.
I mean, I like dogs, which is why I don't own any. I'm a lazy bastard, and it wouldn't be fair to a dog. The cat, on the other hand, well, they're cats.
I mean, they just own the house, so once they get in, what can you say? Sorry.
Yeah. Hypergamy, Student History says hypergamy is real nowadays. Absolutely. I think OkCupid essentially proved that when it's something like 10% of the men get all the women. Because if the men don't want, which is exactly, I think, what I was trying to get to, but somehow distracted myself several times. If everyone's on, say, Tinder specifically, and 10% of the men are getting all the women, if those men aren't committed to forming a long-term exclusive relationship with them, well, 10% of the men get nearly all the women. No one ends up in relationships, which is bad for all the other men. And do we want to talk about why some of the many reasons certain demographics in the US have ridiculously high violence rates? What happens when you have a group of 100 disaffected youths in inner city Chicago who have no chance of getting a woman and have no male role models.
They'll get their hands on the first sharp object or gun and try to make that problem less
Exactly.
likely.
Because what do men seek in order to get women? Status. How does a man with no education and no skills gain status in inner city Chicago?
Demonstrate his dominance. Assert his dominance more.
Yes, and how does he get dominance? Well, he
By
joins a
applying
collection of
blunt or
other.
sharp objects.
Yes, he joins a collection of other angry young men.
Then the angriest of the young men. Oh man. Sorry for laughing.
So, fortunately, we can answer Discordia's question about what kind of percent of men and women are on Tinder.
Oh no.
And Robert Longshore says, well, here's the issue. If I'm 30 with a successful company, good money, why don't I bother with a 30-year-old woman when I can flash status an 18 to 24-year-old and get whatever I want? Billy Blogg says, I thought the main problem with that certain demographic in inner city Chicago was the lack of fathers / the women with all the baby daddies. Yes, that's the primary problem, but it also feeds into men's natural instinct. Here we go. Fascinating facts and stats about Tinder. 76.9% of Tinder users in 2021 male. Boom. What does that tell you, Trim?
A lot more dudes than chicks, I'm for certain.
Yeah. And let's see. What Tinder attractiveness men. I think Hype will get me that article. So here we go. Tinder experiments 2. Guys, unless you are really hot, you're probably better off not wasting your time on Tinder. The bottom 80% of men, in terms of attractiveness, are competing for the bottom 22% of women, and the top 78% of women are competing for the top 20% of men.
That is numbers.
Yes. And they're really, really bad numbers for men.
Pretty much.
And David Taylor has an interesting point. Is that why the crazies are worried about incels? Interestingly, it does kind of feed into that, I would speculate.
It does make sense in a weird way, yeah.
So, what do you do if you're a low-status man who is bullied and has no success with women and is then just generically mentally ill and, oops, somehow you've ended up with a gun?
Oh, hey, killing people.
Exactly.
Too much on their nose.
Pretty much. Yeah, Prime Might has a good point. I've actually got a friend who says this. What do men want in a woman? Legal, willing, and free of disease.
That is really fucking true.
Yeah, Robert Longshore says you're going to make them notice you. Exactly. You're a low-status loser who is never going to be famous. So what do? You kill a bunch of people and your face is in the paper.
Yeah. And then the crazies will want to get to you.
Yeah. And as Student of History says, now add religion and a 20-year war and you have 72 wives and some serious rage issues. And again, that ties into what we were talking about previously. What happens if you have a hypergynous society where say, a certain religion of peace, where it is socially accepted and desirable for men to have multiple wives. So you end up with a whole bunch of men who are disaffected, have no chance of getting a wife, And then all of a sudden they're told that their god demands that they do these things for him, and then in heaven he gets 72 wives? Could you see that that would be how that would be desirable?
Especially if he's stupid enough to believe it.
Well,
I mean, full
it's
enough
not
of the
it's
faith
not
to believe it.
necessarily stupidity, but yes, full enough of the faith. If you are successfully indoctrinated into Islam and you're a low status man, so say you're a bit ugly, you're a bit dumb, and you can't get a woman because you're ugly, dumb, and poor, and then along comes your friendly neighborhood Islamic State member who goes, "Hey, I've got an AK 47, and do you see those people over there? They have women. Would you like to come join me?"
We'll remove the men and get you the women.
Yes, and let's talk about those filthy, filthy Western harlots with their showing their ankles and other sluttery like that.
Oh, lewd. Sometimes I wonder if the Muslim people, the standards of the women in Islam is really kind of based on any sort of anime trope,
Look,
because it sure fucking
uh,
seems like it.
look. I'm going to be honest. I don't think the standards of women in Islamic countries matter in the slightest,
Nah, it doesn't.
because I don't think their opinion goes into it at all.
Not at
All
all.
that matters is whether Mohammed bin Allah Akbar over there has 37 goats and he would like your daughter. Do you want 37 goats? Yes, you want 37 goats, and you don't want a useless, expensive mouth to feed. So, yes, I would like your 37 goats that will make me money. Oh, and you can have this useless mouth to feed.
Hold on a second, you came in
Well,
on a good part.
yeah, I absolutely
Oh,
did.
you've arrived just in time for me to explain how Islam works and why it's it's an absolute disaster.
I mean, you're not
I mean,
wrong.
I think, yeah, like, I think we've slipped off of an ideal hotspot for marriage, for, human romantic sexual interaction. Like, I think the ideal, I think, is to get a kind of relationship that isn't fully transactional. So in the Islamic world, you get Omar with like 30 goats or whatever. And then in our world, where we have loosened, ironically, because we have loosened things up so much from need, right? It has become transactional in and of itself. It becomes whose body is the most fun for me. It becomes, ooh, what, like, the cock carousel meme. It becomes what guy has like the most resources, and it's kind of like, I think the point of traditional sexual ethics to some degree is to prevent that cynical game, so that two people are hypothetically drawn together out of self-interest, but then in order to have to work for what the other person has, it flips at some point and becomes a genuine selfless interest in the other person. I think when people are too desperate, it doesn't become that. And I think when people are too satisfied or have too much of a market or have too much experience, like fucking 20 different other people before they try and settle down, I don't think that generally works as well.
Well, we were talking before you popped in because tangents about how in a traditional like Stone Age tribe, you'd end up with the head chieftain having 20 wives, and then you'd have 19 pissed off guys in the corner with no wives, and one day the head chieftain gets bludgeoned to death. And how
So,
that
Well,
is bad for society, and therefore, on the flip side, monogamy, where every man has equal chance of having at least some kind of woman, even if she's not the prettiest or the smartest, he can at least have a woman, and that is good for society because it reduces violence.
Well, that's how it works with chimpanzees. It's not some utter tyrant that stays in charge, right? Because if the strongest monkey is a tyrant, the next two are gonna rip him to pieces. So what do you do about that if you're the strongest monkey? Will
Hey,
you
Peterson,
try for
I don't
competence
think
and
you've really
reciprocal
looked into
grooming?
chimpanzees that much. They're the most fucking savage bastards on the planet.
Well, interestingly, I'm not sure about chimpanzees, but in gorillas, there actually tends to be less violence because head chimpanzee can rip you a motherfucker in half. Head gorilla.
Ha! Head.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of interesting too, in that I think even on top of that kind of question of scarcity and desperation, I think there's also something to attaching what is evolutionarily speaking are one of our two biggest impulses alongside survival, right, biologically, attaching that impulse to something where to fulfill it properly, it takes like a certain level of effort and commitment on the part of like both people involved, that it takes a certain level of virtue.
Yes, that's one of the other reasons that. So to explain it from a more base and just straight evolutionary perspective, kids are fucking shit. Like, they just lay there, vomit, and scream and shit themselves. So, what do you need? Well, you need an adult to pick up said baby and wave a pointy stick at the local wildlife that are trying to eat the stupid friggin' thing that won't be useful for the next 5 to 10 years. So they're busy doing that, and of course the stupid thing needs feeding, so you can't go out and, I don't know, tackle a wildebeest. So you need another human to do that. So what's the easiest way to do that? Well, you have the mother stick the kid on its tit and go collect berries, and then the man goes out and stabs a wildebeest to death.
Yeah.
Seems like a reasonable thing to do.
Turns out it's quite successful, actually.
Oh yeah. I mean, and this goes far back as the fall of man in Genesis. No, I mean, like, I've been putting quite a bit of thought to that, and people view, like, God tells Eve your desire is going to be for your husband, and shit's going to try and kill your baby. Like, he tells Adam he's going to have to, like, work the earth and stuff. And people view that as a punishment, right? But I kind of take a different view that post fall of man in that story, humanity has attained a level of moral awareness. So I think that those things are kind of more or less incentives to expand upon that moral awareness and develop it, right? So it's like the wife has or the woman has a desire for a husband, and that desire largely centers around making sure her baby doesn't get fucking murdered by a snake, and that she can provide for it and shit, right? And so that creates a female impetus to desire a long term commitment, i.e., marriage, which is civilizing. And then the man tilling the earth helps create an excess of resources, which some of them being perishable, leads to favors being done and trading and kind of mutual reciprocation between, say, different family units, and thus the beginning of civilization, which is a moralizing influence of its own.
Absolutely. And especially in regards to him. What does a woman want most once she has a child? Usually to keep said child safe. Now, what's a woman? They're weak and fleshy. On average. So, what's really, really helpful? Well, something twice your weight and another foot taller than you. That's very angry and has a pointy stick. That's in shouting range. So how does every woman get a very angry, very shouty thing with a pointy stick within shouting range? Well, you have some monogamy, every woman has a husband, and said husband comes and pokes a tiger in the face.
Reasonable.
And to get the virgin, the man will slay the dragon of chaos.
Unironically, that, yes. The guys in chat are having a conversation about how women are violent. And interestingly,
I mean, look at the statistics on lesbian
yes.
domestic
Well,
violence.
interestingly, there is some logic and science to women being violent more often, and I've phrased it that way very carefully. There's something to women being violent more often than men. Because men have an innate understanding of violence. If two men actually want to harm each other, a man can quite easily kill another man with his bare hands. Women, when they fight, we've all seen the world star of two women pulling their hair and clawing it at each other.
Yeah.
No, at my
how
high school, it was actually
deadly is
incredible.
that?
There was actually a fight between two girls at my high school, like, where one of their moms showed up and jumped into the fray and ripped out one of the girls' weaves and threw it in the trash can.
Okay, cool. Sounds painful, but cool.
That shit's crazy, but sounds fucking hilarious. But
I'm
anyone
gonna
not
be
involved,
honest, I still don't know what the fuck a weave is.
I think it's a wig. Or hair extensions, something like that.
Yeah, that's what I infer from context, but I don't know exactly.
Aren't those ropes they have on their head?
No,
I
think
don't know.
that's like dreadlocks or something else. But the weave specifically, I think, is either... I think it's like a wig slash hair extension slash who cares. But,
That's a good description of a lot of things, actually.
And I'm actually going to tie this back to something else. If you have two groups of people having a disagreement, and two of the men are moderately frustrated with each other from the two different groups, there's going to be some bitch in the background going, yeah, fuck him up, yeah, fuck him up. Men generally don't want to fight unless they need to, because men know that violence is going to fuck someone up. Men have an understanding that if they start shit, they're going to get their ass kicked. Well, or at least getting their ass kicked is a possibility. That's not a possibility for women.
And obviously, I think to some degree, very appropriately, I think men are not only more kind of innately aware, but definitely more socialized to
violence,
recognize the consequences of those actions, and also to kind of society as a whole is more conscious around male violence, which is a double standard, but I think, given the facts, it's a somewhat appropriate double standard, unless you're of the type that views no difference between men and women.
Yeah, if you remove the political bullshit from it, it's quite easy to understand why male violence and male domestic violence is quite often at the forefront. Men are better at violence. It's just straight up. When a woman is violent towards a man, unless she uses an implement or poison, it's quite often a few scratches or some bruises. But if a man is violent towards a woman, broken ribs, massive fucking facial damage, death. Men are just straight up, aren't usually better at violence.
Yeah.
So when a man is
honestly,
violent
the worst
towards a woman,
to the balls I got was from a dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's changing. Now women can be great at violence too.
I've had several knees to the balls from women too.
You'll notice, interestingly, that...
No, there's a lot of women's athletic records that have been being broken recently.
Well, you got a point there.
Well, just remember, conservative men make better women than...
Honestly, that is kind of like, it is still kind of amusing to me, not just that, but that conservative transgender people make a better argument for transgenderism than leftist transgender people.
It's hilarious, isn't it?
I'm not really surprised because conservatives tend to make a better point at most things.
But
And I think it's because
legitimately
the
speaking,
conservative.
but legitimately though, speaking of women and violence, women love to have violence committed on their behalf. They don't want to do the violence necessarily, but there is nothing some women love more than seeing men do violence to other men. Because bitches be crazy.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that makes me think of like, Nolan Knows' video, the patriarchy paradox, where he talks about that, where it's like, when men are being violent, is it like, can anyone honestly say it's about them generally behaving violently towards women, or behaving violently or competitively, say, in athletic sports against other men to impress women? Like, are men looking to physically dominate women outside of whatever kinks go on in the bedroom?
And also, what's the level of violence we're talking about? Because men do violence recreationally. Like, everyone's seen the case of a couple of guys having a dust up, and then they have some beers, and who cares?
It's pretty funny, actually.
Billy Bloggs says, "Yep, I've seen many a fight started by women." Yeah.
Yeah, I think there is like a kind of distinction between unprovoked human rights violating violence, let's say, so like somebody attacking someone else, consensual violence of a bitter or angry or dual kind of sort, in which it's like, okay, there's a mutual agreement, but still the impetus is fuck this person. And then violence of a more, say, sportsman-like quality, like in kind of professional fighting, or two friends just kind of like going at it for shits and giggles.
Yeah, Robert Longshore actually has a really good point, which he's worded quite well. Women like seeing men fighting for resources, especially if they think they are going to be the beneficiary of that violence.
Yeah.
Student of History says, "Amen, punch for punch, when declared and back to beer."
That is actually kind of true. That is, I think, a good distinction to make, because I don't know how big, say, the female viewership of MMA is, for example.
I'd be willing to bet it's a very small percentage.
Right, because those aren't guys they know. Those aren't guys they have remotely any chance of, say, being socially connected to.
And Discordia says, "This is why I just don't go outside. People are strange." Come to Australia where it's illegal to go outside. You'll be fine.
Yeah. Problem solved.
Just stay away from a crazy woman who knows Krav Maga, because apparently that's like focused around attacking the dick.
Just stay away from crazy women in general is a good life advice for men and women.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah.
can
No,
actually confirm this. Stay the fuck away from crazy. Don't stick your dick in crazy,
And
by
if
the way,
you
or
do
else you'll
stick
be
your dick in
fucked.
crazy, use someone else's name.
okay, well, I would not, as a good Christian, I wouldn't recommend that. Like, if you're not willing to even tell someone your name, like, what are you doing sticking it in there?
That's an excellent point. No,
I
don't.
mean, that's a Christian point, though.
Well, actually, I don't know if you saw what I tagged you in. Second, we should bring back slut shaming for women and men.
Yeah, I mean, because it kind of does, like, the more you think about it, it really does kind of get to more of a point where it's like, and the thing is, the people who wouldn't do that are the same people who are like, shame people for not doing all of the health guidelines because it's not just about you. Well, it affects all of society. Well, I mean, so does a society's sexual standards, right?
What standards?
I think
Yeah,
that
exactly.
is the problem.
Yeah.
So, what the hell is the solution? Harry,
You ever wonder
you're
if
going
the
a
emascul-
smidgen too far.
You ever wonder if like the say emasculation of men has something to do with like a desire for tyranny? I mean, like they talk about males being violent and, you know, overly protective being toxic, but if you think about it, what's going on in Australia, I can't imagine that in any previous generation that would have not ended
No.
up in a violent revolt against the government.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, who that you know, like your age, would like storm the beaches of Normandy now if it came down to it?
yeah. Oh, I don't know a lot of people that would ask a cop for their ID.
Now, our man Harry would, you know, he'd punch a gay Nazi in the face if he was like,
Pretty
you know,
bad.
trying to enact gay Sharia.
Indeed. What was the point I was trying to make? Oh, yeah, I was just thinking about that. Interestingly, in Australia, a cop is not a cop until they show you their identity card. Or at least in my state, because of the way it's written. So technically, just because they're wearing a police uniform doesn't mean they're a police officer until they show you their ID. Legally, in practice, it's a bit different.
And always remember, if there's like a cop that, if you're a lady and there's a cop that, you know, you're kind of feeling uncomfortable with, call the cops.
Or run to a bus.
No, you should you should ensure you know your rights and enforce them. Yes, because that fucking works with police.
Yeah, fucking bus. That's whatever.
No, what you have to do is say, I'm a sovereign citizen of the world.
Yeah, that'll work.
Honestly,
Right,
I
sure,
used to think sovereign citizens were completely batshit, but these days I'm starting to think they have a point. Some of the stuff, not the real batshit crazy stuff. Yeah, Billy Blogs, it's what would be called a warrant card in the UK. But that's not a term used in Australia. And interestingly, it's not the badge, it's the plastic card with the picture of their face on it specifically. Because of the way the act's written.
Just out of curiosity, do you guys like get Fifth Amendment rights, so to speak, in other countries when you get arrested? Like, do you have the right to remain silent and not incriminate yourself?
Theoretically,
I've never been arrested, so I can't tell.
Theoretically, it's part of one of the acts, but it's not actually a right. It's written
Based American Constitution.
Yes. We don't act... The right to remain silent in Australia is a bit weird because it's written into just an act of parliament, so it could be changed at any point. They could just do away with it at any time they wanted, and no one could stop them.
Yeah, it seems fair.
Yeah, it's
Not
real
easy to
fucking
abuse at
great.
all.
Let me have a look. Yeah, there we go.
Yes, sir. We can't read that one out.
Yes, Harry's being a bit too based for YouTube. He's not wrong, but he's being a bit too based for YouTube.
I mean, we're of course using the who is the gay British guy? I keep forgetting his name.
Owen Jones?
Murray. Douglas Murray, right? Who said that there's difference between gays and queers?
Oh, all right. Okay.
Yeah, so...
Because I thought you meant Owen Jones, but he's definitely the
He's not
Rumble 6 kind of guy.
Yeah. So here is how the right to silence is recognised as a fundamental common law right. But that means jack shit. In Queensland, it's codified in Section 397 of the Police Powers and Responsibility Act. So slavery can be put in law at the snap of a finger. Yes, as long as they don't try and make you change your religion. We have
that's where the line is drawn.
we
Change
have
your religion.
we have the
Wow.
right to free practice of religion. We have the right to trial by jury for Commonwealth offences, not state offences, Commonwealth offences, and something else, which I can't remember.
Yeah.
Let me look it up,
You know,
because
it's
it's
kind of-
something pathetic and pointless.
It's kind of interesting. I often hear atheists complain about religion getting special treatment as far as like religious freedom goes. But the way I view it, the obvious necessity of religious freedom when it comes to those cases is a very effective demonstration about the significance of freedom overall, right? You know, it makes a very good point about the ability of a human being to follow their own conscience.
Okay, so
Yeah, exactly. That's the point.
so the rights Australians have are the right to vote, the right to trial by jury, freedom of religion, protection against acquisition of property on unjust terms, and prohibition on discrimination on the basis of state of residency. None of those sound anything like the ability to go where you want to do what the fuck you want.
Nope. What the fuck did I just do?
God only knows. God damn it, I'm stuck.
Discordia asks, what if my religion is not to be a slave? Well, in Australia, you're shit out of luck.
Pretty much. Come to Norway. Here you're safe.
I believe there has just been a
a
court decision in New South Wales where you don't actually have any human rights whatsoever. So let me look it up.
Let me guess, they're actually wording it like that as well?
Let me see if I can find it. Sadly, there's so much stupidity going on that it takes ages to scroll through it to the specific piece of stupidity I'm after.
So fucking stupid, bro. Don't even
Oh,
gotta think about
shit.
it, dude. You just listen to what the CDC
Hold
tells
on.
you, bro.
Apparently we've got breaking
You don't gotta
news.
think.
So
Breaking
David
news?
Amos MP has died after being stabbed multiple times at a constituency surgery.
Oh,
What?
what?
Wait, what?
What? Repeat that.
A Conservative MP who has died after being stabbed multiple times at a constituent surgery.
What the fuck does that sentence mean?
Has he been stabbed
He was
laying
at a
on the
doctor's office, and then he was, for some reason, talking to someone, and then he was just assassinated.
What the fuck?
Okay.
That's so what? So fucking weird.
Oh my god, that is one way to go.
Holy fuck.
Mm-hmm.
I hope he was down under before the killer came. Holy shit. That's I've never heard about that way to go before.
Yeah,
Sorry
that's
I'm laughing,
pretty
but
fucking
that caught
bad.
me off guard.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Harry.
In other news, if you want to go to Coachella, you don't need to be vaccinated. You just need to show a negative COVID-19 test. Biden's being a piece of
Apparently-
shit, but that's obvious.
Apparently, I'm going to be eligible for a booster soon because my mom's a nurse, folks. She's a nurse.
Oh, wow. Eligible for a booster. Safe, effective, and free, they keep telling me. If it's
You know what
effective, what
the
the
best
fuck do
thing
you
to
need a
do
booster
after
for?
being vaccinated is?
Oh, is it get
Get,
COVID?
yes, get the actual coof, because now that you have vaccines, they're going to be even more effective in not making you die from the coof. See? Perfect
Or,
sense.
here's an excellent idea. How about, because the argument's so stupid. Oh, but you can't control whether or not you get COVID. Hold on, I thought I could reduce my chance by social distancing and wearing a mask. But because they're always like, oh, the chances of dying from the vaccine are really, really low. Yeah, well, I know how I can make my chances of dying from the vaccine fucking zero.
Boy.
How the fuck is this article? So much stupid shit in so little time.
2020, the
Okay,
year the
Biden's
fucking
just being a cunt,
flu.
so we'll have a look at this. We can end this pandemic. Get vaccinated, says the piece of shit. What pandemic?
We can end this pandemic. Get vaccinated.
Oh shit,
But
the
also,
Lich
if you
King.
get vaccinated, it's not going to do anything. Like, fuck. Like,
I mean, come
yeah,
on, man.
I think I think the vaccine does reduce the risk and like abate the pandemic and that it's like relatively safe, but I think the messaging around it has been like so fucked and confused and fucking like bipolar.
Israel's showing
right?
that it's essentially completely fucking useless.
Very much.
Discordia
This fucking
clarifies
thing has been. Huh?
about the MP that was stabbed. He was holding a surgery, whatever that is, with his constituents, and then someone came in and stabbed him. Oh, okay. They call it a surgery when they meet constituents. It is a political meeting, not a doctor's surgery. Well, that's fucking stupid.
Okay, because that made it sound like he went under and then his doctor just like stabbed the shit out of him. Like that's what went through my head when I first saw that headline.
Same. I did not expect that, basically.
It's so much rubbish to scroll through. So, most of it is about that poor MP.
So was he one of those? Was he a lefty MP or was he one of them that are not lefty MPs?
He was
He's a conservative MP,
so
so that doesn't really answer the question, though.
yeah.
Exactly. That's why I'm asking.
Bloody hell. Trying to scroll through this crap.
Hmm.
Well, I'm fucking stuck.
You know, if you can put your foot on the apple cart, then we can put an end to this pandemic. You know, the tree of blood needs to be watered with the liberty of citizens.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if he actually said that.
I'm actually pretty sure I said that as one of like my Biden impression videos. By the way, did you guys enjoy the Gollum one earlier this week?
That was
you
way
fucking
too
nailed
good.
Gollum. So I'm now forced to make another conspiracy theory, soon to be truth, that Jordan Peterson is also Andy Serkins.
I'm just simultaneously second plague Jordan Peterson and Andy Serkis.
You're Jordan Peterson. You're just pretending to be second plague and pretending to be Andy. Both of them are actually just false people. Hired helps.
I see.
You're a man of many talents.
And apparently I have very effective deep fake. So
Yeah. I mean, you got the money to afford it.
yeah, apparently. Well, actually, you know, like Andy Serkis, quote unquote, is like, you know, very good at motion capture. So, you know, could just be Jordan Peterson doing the motion capture the whole time.
Holy
Maybe
shit.
that's why he's so good at it, because I have to do it for my varying identities. So
Yep. That makes a lot of sense now.
can end this pandemic, get vaccinated. Wait, what does "don't be that gay" mean?
Don't be that.
Okay, let's have a look. So the New South Wales Supreme Court are a bunch of pricks. So, as far as the right to bodily integrity is concerned, it is not violated as the impugned orders do not authorise the involuntary vaccination of anyone. You just can't have a job or go out, but you're not being forced. So, as far as the
Really?
impairment of freedom of movement is concerned, the degree of impairment differs depending on whether a person is vaccinated or unvaccinated. Curtailing the free movement of persons, including their movement to and at work, are the very type of restrictions that the Public Health Act clearly authorises. So,
Yeah, I've seen people make the same argument with Joe Biden. Like just the other day, I heard one of my friends kind of making the argument. All these conservatives are like spread misinformation saying that Biden's pushing a vaccine mandate, but no, that's not true. It's like the companies that are going to be choosing whether or not to like mandate the vaccines, and if they don't, they're going to get fined the shit out of. And it's like, well, okay, so you've basically he was like kind of trying to remove Biden's accountability for that by saying, well, technically it's the company's decision. It's like, yeah, but he's very deliberately putting his finger on the scales with government intervention, right? Like this isn't something they would just do of their own accord.
well, that's it. It's not mandatory. You don't have to get it. You just can't work, can't shop, can't travel. But you don't have to get it, just like you don't have to give the mugger with the gun your wallet. You have the choice to not give him your wallet. No, when the choice is do this thing or die, it's not a fucking choice, you psychopaths.
And in this case, it's like, why are you blaming the mugger who's like threatening to steal money from this guy unless he takes a shit in your front lawn? The guy decided to take the shit in your front lawn. It's not the guy who's threatening to take that guy's money from him's fault. It's like, yeah, it is. Like, he told him to take a shit in my lawn or else he was going to steal that guy's money. Like, what? Like, how was that not the mugger's fault?
Why does it have to be taking a shit in a guy's lawn specifically? Just wondering.
I don't fucking know.
Have you been watching a bit too much Rick and Morty?
Did that happen on Rick and Morty?
I mean, he talks about taking a shit every 5 fucking minutes. Because
I don't
apparently
think-
that's peak humor.
I'm pretty sure there was no shit taken in anyone's lawn in Rick and Morty.
Okay. So going back to the last few bits of the thottery, if it would like to let us.
I'm somewhere.
There was this one like song I heard where one of the bars was "I believe in God, don't believe in THOT," and I was like, "Fucking based, based."
What if the song was Believe in AOC?
Yeah.
God, the least attractive woman in human history.
The thing is, it's like I get so many people who are like, "Yeah, but you really find her attractive, don't you?" I'm like, no, her eyes ruin it for me. Like her crazy fucking eyes like creep me out.
Yeah.
Right, so, just finishing off what we were saying, for online daters, women peak at 18 while men peak at 50. So women peak when they are just legal, young and sexy, while men peak when they are, ooh, wealthy and successful. Oops.
Takes on the fragility of masculinity.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Her fearless comedy special. Like, like, it's just so funny how obviously, like, editorialized that is. Instead of her comedy special, it's her fearless comedy special. She's so brave
Yep.
for doing this.
See,
Why do
then
they have to
the silly
make
bitch
up fucking words?
said a 17-year-old girl is never in her prime. Ever. I'm in my prime, says the 40-year-old. No. 40 is far less sexy than 18.
Pretty much.
I don't know. It is possible to be in your prime at that point, but I think that would be preconditioned on something other than your fertility or physical
But
attractiveness.
the problem is,
I mean,
men don't
really
give a
healthy people can
flying
do that.
fuck about those.
Yeah, I mean, kind of the thing is, it's like the context in which I could accept that in is if they were with somebody in like a long-term marriage that had been going on for so long and they're in their prime because their like husband desires her more for having gone through that much life with her. But that's obviously not what is being described by somebody who's talking about still being on the dating market.
Okay.
Damn it, I got stabbed in the face again.
Did
Fuck.
good, shrub.
Shut up.
Okay. So,
The government is taking over, and if you do not give up your freedoms, I don't give a shit. I will stab you in the face.
Oh, man.
dear. So, speaking
know
of
why,
crazy women who threaten people, Claudia Webb found guilty of harassment. What an absolute nut job that woman is.
Again, she's a gift that keeps on giving.
Yep.
The definition of a diversity hire.
Yep. So during
fantastic.
one call, she threatened the victim with acid and said she would send naked pictures and photos to her daughters. Which, depending on the age of said daughters, that would be several even more serious fucking crimes.
What the fuck?
But wait till you hear who her character witnesses were. Jeremy Corbyn. John McDonnell. Diane Abbott.
So the communists go out to bat for her. Okay.
That is not... That is condemning. That's the only word I have. That's condemning.
Yeah, and one of her response to someone tweeting her was, "I do not accept your false allegations. You target me because you are a racist. I will not accept or tolerate it. Never ever contact me again. Take my name out of your racist, vile, disgusting mouth," says the racist, vile, disgusting racist.
Projection is a thing, I guess.
She's so, like, she should have, like, no, to get the propaganda more effectively, you have to be more subtle about it, you know? You can't just call someone a racist out and out. To really be effective with that, you insinuate and then let the media do the work for you so you seem less vicious. Like, you go...
I just need to say this, but does she look and sound like a person with the ability to be subtle?
I don't know, somehow she got elected, so I'd imagine you have to be good at manipulating people
She
to
did
some
not get elected. She did not get elected. Fuck words. She didn't get
Eclectic.
elected. Fucking hell.
Wait, what? Okay, then how did she get in office?
She did get
Diversity
elected.
Howard.
It's just that she was diversified into the party, and then they basically went, the only person you have for this party is this crazy bitch.
Yeah, and
Oh,
that isn't what I want to call properly elected.
Yep. So in her bio, she said she's a socialist, and a feminist,
Oh god.
Oh.
and she/her.
Oh.
Well, at least she's a she/her.
I don't know. She looks more like a man than Michelle Obama ever did.
I mean, okay, that's kind of cruel.
But is it wrong?
I'm not going to comment that.
So it's like one of the things the crazy bitch said, it's 2021 and black people are still not free. What do you think Obama would have to say about that, you crazy cow?
Oh, check the first reply to that.
Oh yeah, a new one from recently. Hopefully you'll soon find out what not being free actually means. When is sentencing?
Oh man, I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah. So apparently she was accusing the police of racism over the investigation into her threatening to throw acid on a woman.
Seems reasonable.
Sure, if you're a crazy deranged leftist.
Oh, of course. I mean, that's the.
Now,
That's pretty
I
much
don't
the
know
way
if
I
you
look at
guys
it.
saw Callum's meme. The old bicycle meme. Labour suspends MP Claudia Webb over harassment charge. One day I'll be free of police racism. Damn police racists. And then she goes on to say, in response to that exact meme, terrible how misinformation, racism, and injustice works. Meanwhile, hate, abuse, death threats, and male violence against me just continues.
Yes, talk to us about abuse and threats.
I mean, she is an expert.
Yep. And
also, I just realized she has a fucking rose in her bio.
Yep, because she's a crazy bitch. And then she replies to everybody going, what meme? Who's talking about a meme? Who's talking about a meme? What meme? Who's talking about a meme? Because she's so totally fucking deranged. And of course, all criticism of her is racism and sexism at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, don't you see? That is the peak
Like,
of it all.
Rupert Matthews, I do not know you. Do you take me because I'm a black woman? Then she says, none of this is true. Please stop targeting me.
Please tell me he's black.
Then she says to them, none of this is true. Please stop targeting me. Please stop the anti-black hate, she says to Dr. Rakib Hassan.
Yeah. Obviously a vicious white supremacist.
Yes.
Oh yeah, you can see it on his very not
and
white
then
skin.
Rebecca Chance, Ms. Rebecca Chance, says to her, hey hun, who did you want us to sue in Belarus? And then the crazy bitch says, I'm not your hun, take your sexism elsewhere and stop being so ignorant. She says to the woman.
No. Here's their reasoning. You don't really know if it's actually women or minorities. It could just be fake conservative accounts that they're using to shield themselves from accusations of phobias and isms.
And then, the crazy bitch goes on to say, this man has been hidden from you all your life. This is how they carved up Africa. You've got to be a very special idiot to think this was hidden. Everyone knows that the French, the British, and the fucking Portuguese basically owned all of Africa. And apparently, according to Callum, like, she fucked the map up.
It's also funny. It's not like the American leftists are going to give us any of a free pass for, not having colonies in Africa.
I mean, they probably would. You're ruining their narrative.
Yeah. And then she's just randomly wants people to sue Belarus for reasons, because she's a crazy nutter. Yep, she looks like a sane person.
Yeah, totally.
God, I hope she goes to jail.
Oh my, wait, did either of you see like the Amazing Spider-Man 2 with like Electro and
Yeah.
shit? Well, there's that famous scene where he falls into like the vat of eels or whatever, and the electricity magically fixes his tooth gap. It's been memed the shit out of.
I completely forgot that part.
Well, yeah, her teeth kind of remind me of Electra's teeth before
Yeah.
that happened.
Jesus. That's terrible. But isn't Electro just a Spider-Man fanboy in that one who got his feelings hurt?
Yeah. Yes.
And he accomplished nothing. He did nothing.
So, she tweeted out in March, "Violence against women in our homes, on our streets, by the state, all unacceptable," says the suspended Labour MP who threatened a woman with acid and revenge porn.
I mean, seems reasonable, okay.
Yep. And apparently, under Jeremy Corbyn, she was the one responsible for handling anti-Semitism and other disputes within the Labour Party. Gee, I wonder
Ooh.
why Labour has an anti-Semitism problem. This is the kind of
Couldn't
person they have.
possibly be because of that, right? I mean, couldn't.
Yep. And now the Labour Party has
I'm
done
just
the
gonna
bare
go out
minimum.
on a limb here. I'm just gonna go out on a limb here and assume she thinks Israel shouldn't exist.
Probably.
Just a guess. Just a guess.
Yeah. And the
I don't want to make that bet against you, no.
yeah. So the Labour Party has done the bare minimum and said the Labour Party strongly condemns Claudia Webb's actions and she should now resign. Well, oh wow.
Wow, that actually is impressive.
Impressive. Most
Most
impressive.
Yeah. So here we have from Callum. Webb was originally placed on an all-women, all-BAME shortlist to replace Heidi Alexander and Lewis East. Even on this rigged shortlist, she did not make the final cut.
Damn, they should have put her on a Yucca short list.
I think I'm not gonna finish that. I'm not gonna finish that.
Yeah. So, if she gets any prison time at all, it will result in an automatic recall petition. If she gets a sentence of 12 months or more, it will result in an automatic by-election.
I approve of
Yep.
everything.
It astounds me, though, that if your prison sentence is less than 12 months, you still get that it's not. You don't just get thrown out. Like, what the fuck is wrong with that system?
Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. I could think of a steel man for that.
Yeah. Yeah, I could think of a few too, but seems a bit crazy.
Like, I mean, less than a year. Then again, if it's like a prison sentence,
Yeah.
then that kind of.
Well, they can't exactly represent their constituency from prison now, can they?
Yeah.
From time, I suppose. Trying.
Wait, Harry, what is this about looking more like a girl if you wanted to?
What?
Harry reckons
What
he
is-
looks more like a girl than that thing.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, you probably would. I mean, you already
Threatening with
do.
acid.
At least Harry looks at least 75% human.
What is
I mean,
her
Harry
face?
does have that feminine quality to him.
No, wait. But looking at this MP's face or whatever, she looks like a kid who got like the present that they didn't want and is now just kind of awkwardly, smiling. Like, oh, thank you. This is
Yeah.
exactly the gift I wanted.
Yeah.
Like, that's the face like she's making.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Alan paraphrases Cammy Badenoch. I'm not a diversity hire like you losers. Oh, Cammy Badenoch's a legend.
Oh, fuck.
Alright.
That's the thing. I need to find that. I have to watch that whole thing later.
Alan makes a lot of good memes.
He does.
Largely, there's actually this weird situation I'm in where I have to debate someone on the topic of critical race theory before the end of the year, a specific person. Otherwise, one of my friends is going to send me a dog.
Okay.
It's an
Then
odd
don't-
situation.
Then don't debate him because you get a free dog.
Yeah.
No, I'm not good with pets, honestly.
Then make it so that you're good with them. Come on, it's a challenge. Treat it like your son, you know?
Mm.
You can make a Jordan Peterson thing out of this.
Yeah, I could, but no. No,
I
I'll
dare
just
you.
do critical race theory.
Do it.
Well, you know what Ron Swanson says? Any dog under 40 pounds is a cat, and cats are useless.
Watch it. You're in a place with cat people.
Bloody chihuahuas.
I mean, take it up with
They're
Ron
rats.
Swanson if you have a problem with that quote.
Well, it's good to have the Texan with us. Let's talk about academic freedom, shall we?
Sure.
Dear God, what is this website? And may the Lord have mercy on all of us.
The Communist Party of Britain Marxist-Leninist.
Oh, no.
Yep, so this is talking about Kathleen Stock, the professor who's evil and believes that women are real.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Please tell me you're using ad block.
These people
I'm
don't
using
deserve the
two
advice.
ad blocks.
Good, good.
So they're actually fully in defense of her because it's not in line with their version of communism.
Wow.
What a surprise.
The importance of free speech for trade unions is simple. Debate in a union branch needs every member's point of view. Blah, 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 blah. Who cares? It's interesting that they finally come around to free speech being a good thing.
Took them long enough.
Sadly, it seems to all relate back to their trade union bollocks. And apparently they even went so far to have a discussion meeting via Zoom on freedom of speech and why it matters.
Yeah, I think that Prime Knight, kind of makes a good point. Is that the Vanguardists, not to be confused with the Tankies, are coming out against the Neo-Trotskyists. That the Prime Knight's like the traditional Leninists support academic freedom, but the trans communists don't. I think it's because like the traditional Leninists are a lot more aware of to what degree their ideas need to be protected from censorship, right? Because they're just kind of out and out crazy. Whereas, like, the other leftists who are more pro censorship play more of a game of 1,000 cuts with, like, subtly shifting the definition of language and worming into institutions and using social pressure.
Seems like a lefty thing to do.
Yeah, but yeah, the communists want freedom of speech when they're not in power.
Yeah, that's pretty standard, isn't it?
Yep,
Because when the sword gets turned to them, then they'll start crying foul.
Yeah.
exactly.
God, it must be easy to live live a life without principles.
Right, we all have to be code heroes.
Not a machine, son.
So let's have a look at some of the news that the Discords collected throughout the week, shall we?
Sure.
Go ahead.
How about the FBI declaring parents opposing critical race theory as terrorists?
Oh, God.
Well, the FBI has never really been the most intelligent of people.
Well, apparently they're the largest domestic terrorism organization in the United States.
I mean, credit where credit is due.
Glows like the sun.
Yeah.
That's shine, but okay.
Well, remember, in the Whitmer plot, there were more glowies than not, so... Who was actually organising the plot? Was it the glowies?
The head glowing. The FBI is having a internal struggle between glowies. Who shall be head glowing? Only the
Student of
most
History
glowiest
says
of glowies.
they're just the largest funder and organisers in the US.
Hey, you want to do a terrorist plot?
No, shut up, Fed.
Hello, fellow kids.
Prime Knight says, when parents are still classified as terrorists, is there anyone still truly supporting Biden? I don't think there's anyone alive supporting Biden.
I mean, he's the Lich King for a
Well,
reason.
hey, yeah, I'm sure all his voters from when he was in the Senate 200 years ago are still supporting him.
I mean, just look at the voting. Hey, I wonder if Biden is like a lich, he uses unholy power. Wouldn't it just be enough that someone with a crucifix just goes by and pays him a visit?
Okay, I might try that at some point.
Thank you.
Student of
And my
History
voice
says,
stopped
let's
cracking.
go, Brandon. Based.
Let's go, Brandon. That's fucking perfect. Oh, man.
And I wonder
mean,
why
sure,
people don't
what-
trust
I
the
mean-
media.
Yeah. Like, you're lying about what we can hear. Like, do not trust your lying ears.
Yep, they're going full 1984, aren't they?
They really like that book, don't they?
Yes, it was basically a fucking instruction manual.
I don't think that was an intention, but what can you do?
Stream 50 says, no, because it's a good practicing Catholic, didn't you hear? Well, being a practicing Catholic says a lot about his attitude towards young girls, doesn't it?
Isn't that little boys?
Catholics are equal opportunity sex criminals.
Oh, true, true. It was Muslims that went for little boys exclusively.
Yeah, any Catholics in our audience, we love you.
But just stay away from the priests. They're dodgy.
Don't
I
touch
mean,
kids, really?
my uncle's a priest, though.
Catholic priest?
I'm sorry
Yeah.
about your. No, I won't go there.
Well, he is married, though.
Yeah, he's got his own kids now. No worries.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he doesn't need second anymore.
Oh, sorry, that was a bit fucked.
Yep. Jesus.
He's a good Catholic who's pro-abortion, didn't you hear?
Yeah.
Oh, biased.
Well, the rate he's going, he won't need abortion to eliminate the black population anymore.
I have evolved beyond my limits.
Yep. So let's talk about
I
an
can't do
apparently
emotions.
anti-LGBTQ bill. Theory that people are born male or female scientifically unfounded, says absolute insane person.
Makes sense to
What
me.
the fuck?
Private legal practitioner Akoto Ampor says in categorizing genders, it is factually inaccurate to limit gender to just male or female. No.
If you say so.
According to him, scientists have proven that there are persons who at birth have both male and female organs. Such individuals are referred to as hermaphrodites. Yes, and they're phenomenally fucking rare, and they're still not a new fucking gender.
Don't you know, man? Gender is magical and mystical with no form or thing. Get Galadriel.
And more importantly, and that doesn't really, like, even if we take all of that at 100% face value, how does that mean that somebody not born that way isn't born male or female?
Yes. But now apparently the exception defines the rule, rather than, you know.
No, I mean, point being, even accept that, like even if you did accept that the exception defined the rule, and it's like, oh, people can be born, you know, whatever. Okay, fine, whatever.
Yes, that's still only
But
three
how is
options.
how is this boy with no birth defect who has, like, you know, a penis, no female parts, an XY chromosome, how is he not born a male?
Yeah.
Something in his mind that doesn't quite work.
Yeah,
Something up there isn't quite right.
And if there's any weirdo who knows more about this than I do, feel free to correct me, but I could have sworn that hermaphrodites were actually female.
What?
Because they have two X chromosomes.
Mm.
They tend
Technically, they have two Y chromosomes, or technically they have an XY chromosome too, though,
yeah,
right?
but remember that the X usually takes precedence. And I'm certain that they tend to demonstrate more feminine characteristics, but who knows? Wikipedia,
well,
come to the answer.
Even though you're a hermaphrodite, you have one thing that is more dominant than the other. It's usually the part that works. I'll need to drop for a few seconds. I'll be right back. Nature's calling.
Yeah. Who cares? It's just waffle, unfortunately.
No, Harry, we already have a different holy hymn of the state. Wait, never mind. Trim isn't here. That's not going to be that satisfying.
Welcome to your new state religion and the cult of the new man. Ugh. Yeah, that's what I thought, Duffy B. But who knows?
You're not educated on genetics? Are we supposed to discuss the genetics? What are your genetics, sir?
But I know more about my genetics than the average leftist does.
Or you'll go home in an ambulance.
Those lunatics would actually say that too.
Well, that seems mildly inappropriate for a political conversation.
Yeah. So, let's talk about bathrooms, shall we? Here's an interesting article I came across from 2018. Casper resident sentenced to decades in prison for sexually assaulting 10-year-old.
Fucking Casper the ghost showed up in a bathroom.
Martinez, who identifies as a woman and uses the name Michelle,
I
has
guess
sexually
Casper
assaulted a
was
girl
friendly.
in a toilet. But the conservatives are crazy for thinking that allowing transsexuals into the women's toilets would lead to rapes. Also, it looks like Boy George put on 20 pounds and was hit by a truck. I don't know what it is primed, but it looks like Boy George's ugly cousin.
No, it's not Billy Blogs. That's a different thing. The Loudoun County thing is like in a school.
Yeah, Loudoun County's in a school.
With a student, and it's like more recent than 2018.
Yeah, I think I've got that in here as well. That's coming up eventually. Because, God forbid. Let's talk about something slightly more uplifting. Apparently Netflix has decided that even if you're trans, you can't crash their executive meetings.
yeah, that was great.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
And they're carrying on like, they're because they say Netflix suspends staffers, including a transgender one who tweeted about the stuff. Yes, funny how they didn't suspend them for that. They suspended them.
Wait, are we talking about the tranny who thought she could?
What?
Are we talking about the tranny that thought she could?
Yeah. So Netflix suspended them and has since fired the three of them for busting into the directors' meeting.
Get fucked.
Yeah, for attending a business meeting they were not invited to, and that seems reasonable. And I assume it wasn't just that they showed up. I'd be willing to bet they refused to leave when asked, and that's why they were fired.
I mean, even if they did just like show up and like barge in there, right?
Yeah, like I'd probably tell them to get out, and then when they refuse, that's when it's like, cool, you're now fired.
You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Yeah, exactly.
I will not be the weak link.
Yes.
Wait, where's that from again?
Prince of Egypt. Great fucking movie.
Oh man, I love that movie. I haven't seen it in English. I've only seen it in Norwegian, and fuck me, I love that movie so much.
Yeah, even like all of the fucking atheists I talk to fucking love that movie. It's just good.
It's
So
really
well
well
made.
made.
Yeah.
And the good thing about being an atheist is if you're not being up yourself, you can go, oh, that's a really interesting fictional story. Because you can appreciate it on the grounds of it just being a good story.
Yeah. Also has some good songs too.
Yes. Turns out that you can actually do a message and still be good.
Yep.
You know what the best song I've ever heard though is?
Oh.
I couldn't do this while Trim was gone, but
Don't.
it is the hymn, right? It is the hymn of our new civic religion.
Oh,
Do
fine.
do. Dr. Fauci, give us vaccine.
Mute.
Help all the people who have been quarantined.
Oh, fuck.
Is he still
Sorry,
going?
no, it's been.
He stopped.
Tell him I'm done. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Oh, dear. You've triggered the guys in chat. Student History asks, no, it's Prime Night asks actually, is Netflix getting based? That's still the what of trans people are going to do. I don't think Netflix is getting based. But I do also think that they're not stupid enough to do away with their biggest moneymaker. And Discordia arrived back just in time for that gift from Second.
Yeah.
Well, good to know that the suffering isn't just me then.
Unfortunately,
Oh yeah,
Discordia...
there's a fucking Fauci movie.
Oh my god, yes, really?
Yes.
You had to remind
That
me.
absolutely fucking failed.
Oh my god, I have to look that up.
This screams cult. This is so fucking culty.
So, speaking of how Discordia has the worst timing, let's have a look at some news brought to us by our favourite weird Scotsman. Good old Dank. Woman drops dead child on Lidl checkout.
What?
Mum stabs son 2 to death and dumps his body on Lidl checkout counter in horrifying custody row.
Sorry. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I just found the fucking Rotten Tomatoes.
You had to.
Oh, hey, not
you
this
started
sort.
laughing at the perfect time second.
No, my bad. I saw the Fauci thing.
It sounded like you fucking laughed at the fucking dead kid.
Yeah.
Good God, no. No, that was poor time.
So,
Such poor time.
ex-porn actress Katlin, some crazy bitch, 44, from Hungary, has been arrested and charged with the murder of her tot. God damn, these idiots can't fucking write. A former nightclub dancer reportedly entered a little store in Umbria, Italy, shouting for help as she placed her son's bloodied body on top of a checkout counter on October 1st. Tragically, the youngster was pronounced dead, with 9 stab wounds found in his body, chest, and neck. Braddox was arrested by police after a knife was discovered in her handbag. A number of items, including Alex's blood-stained t-shirt, which was punctured with 9 holes, and Braddock's jumper were found later that night at a disused building nearby. Police believe Braddock's motive for the alleged crime is revenge against the child's father, who she is separated from and had been disputing custody with.
Wow.
And that is, like, genuinely horrifying.
Yes. So, speaking of women and violence, what the fuck is it with women and murdering their kids? Over fucking custody disputes.
I mean, us pro-life people have been asking that question for the past several decades, so...
Yeah, but at least they can pretend it's not them doing it that way. Like, this is super ultra fucked up.
Kind of makes me lose faith in humanity sometimes.
Oh, holy shit. The kid's father, who lives in Hungary, had alerted authorities after a photo of his dying son was sent to his mobile phone via WhatsApp.
Excuse me, what?
Yep. She sent a photo of the dying kid to the father. Shortly before she went to the supermarket.
Wow, there's no words.
Yeah. And of course, according to the deceased toddler's father, the crazy bitch had fled to Italy with the boy last month after a Hungarian court granted custody of the youngster to the father. Jesus fucking Christ.
It's shit like that actually just... This second is why I'm hesitant of saying that there's a God here. There's a kind God, at least.
Well, you know, you first have to believe in the devil, and then you'll realize there is also a God.
Yes, but the problem is, God allows the devil to get away with his bullshit, and that is unforgivable.
I mean, at least insofar as Christianity goes, if you want to say suffering exists for some higher good, then the Christian God puts his mouth or his money where his mouth is and like gets up on that cross, and that is the most respected image within all of human history. So
There's
know.
that at least.
Sure, but stabbing your 2-year-old son to death.
Not really God.
God damn it, Harry. I don't disagree, but can you stop being quite so based in the chat?
My God.
Harry, you gotta chill a bit, okay?
Just tone it down a little, dude. Just a
Do
little.
I really have to be the guy that says not all women? Do I really have to be there?
Harry, you gotta have that conversation on on Spoon's channel. Spoon would have no problem. Spoon would have no problem getting into that level of spice.
Discordia says you could potentially say that postpartum psychosis could be accounted for by the same reasons it's in nature, but not this, no. Harry then says, Stream Basic, you're advocating for no free will. Free will means good and evil. No. That's not remotely what I'm suggesting.
When have I advocated for no free will?
It's not worth getting into, but bone cancer in children. So, on the... where the fuck is that other article? Oh, I didn't bother bringing it up. That's good. Or did I? Oh, no, I brought it up. So, on the topic of crazy bitches murdering their kids, mum charged with killing 2 kids after decomposing bodies found.
Why are so many mothers killing their fucking kids?
Yep. A Baltimore mother has been charged with brutally murdering her 2 children after their decomposing bodies were discovered just days after neighbours reported hearing one of them screaming, "Mummy, no." Jameria Hall, who looks exactly like you'd imagine, was arrested Wednesday after police were called to investigate a foul odour coming from the family's apartment a day earlier. The decomposing bodies of 6-year-old Daenerys Thomas and 8-year-old Davin Thomas were found inside. The little girl Daenerys had been drowned and strangled according to charging documents. Her body was found dumped in a bathtub with clothing wrapped around her neck. Her brother was found in a sleeping bag with a large knife still stuck in his chest and a trash bag around his head, police say.
God damn it.
So, to kind of briefly, Harry, you might be interested to know that I'm actually currently working on a Google Doc, which is a brief guide to apologetics. I'd be very happy to share that with you once I'm done. And, I'd also be interested in, say, I don't know, maybe bringing it up or going a bit in depth on it on a stream once I'm finished with it.
It might be worth looking into someday.
Yeah.
Are we gonna have a Star Wars stream?
Maybe one day.
I'd be down for that at some point too. Yeah.
Discordia says some people just shouldn't breed, and Student History says this is why death penalty based. Yeah. Yes, to both.
This is exactly why we should still have the death penalty. And I'm fucking Norwegian, I think that.
Oh dear.
It's spice.
It hurts what it does.
Yeah. Like, I don't even really know where to go from this. Like, just what the fuck is wrong with these women?
People.
The horned toad says we should go to Mexico.
Sure thing. Great horned toad, what is your wisdom? Ribbit.
Harry, if you're going to be that based, can you be that based in Discord, not on YouTube, please?
After we're done with this story for a white pill, let's check out the Fauci Rotten Tomatoes.
Okay, let's have a look at Fauci.
This is gonna be good. And
do you
by
want me
good, I
to
mean
read it to you?
painful.
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll
This
drop it.
face
in.
makes me physically angry.
Yeah.
Yep, I've got it up. Here we go. So,
Okay. Yeah.
audience score 2%.
And 92.
92% from the idiot critics, which once again goes to prove that film critics are worthless. Have been for decades.
No idea what the fuck they're doing.
I also like the what to know critic consensus. Fauci isn't the cure for the common biodoc, but it offers an entertaining and edifying overview of a life largely spent in public service.
Yeah.
And then they're editorializing for the audience. Audience says, after Fauci's digital release, some viewers, meaning like 98% of them, expressed their dissatisfaction with the subject matter. Yeah, they're just salty.
Yeah,
By
they're
giving the
just
documentary
fucking salty.
rotten rate. Yeah. It's kind of funny though. If you look at the critic ratings, or the critic reviews or whatever, there's 3 rotten ones, and one of them's from a guy from the National Review. And the guy from the National Review is like, yeah, this is like biased as shit. This is garbage propaganda.
Yeah.
Somebody else says that too. But then the third rotten score from the critic was like, an admiring film that ends up doing a disservice, or that still ends up doing him a disservice. Yeah. Fauci is smarter than Fauci.
Yeah.
So like, of the 3 critics who didn't like it, one of them didn't like it because like it
didn't fillet him enough.
It didn't glorify him enough. Yeah.
Yeah. National Review, on the other hand, absolutely fucking rips him to shreds. But it's got nothing on Tony Medley. Whew, boy. Let the Rotten Tomatoes one, a fawning no warts peon to Fauci, in which never is heard a discouraging word, nor does any criticism from anyone about anything. No documentary, it's biased agitprop. I like this guy.
Oh, that
Well,
is.
you know, when it comes to AIDS, if you touch the same cereal box that someone with AIDS touched, you are going to die. Not to mention the droplets.
Yes, as if
Yes,
Fauci's
don't
ever
get
been right
the
about
droplets on
anything.
me.
I don't even think Fauci knows whether he's supposed to take a shit or take a piss.
No, Fauci has been right about everything, and he's been wrong about everything because he's taken literally every position.
Well, that's it. No one disagrees with Fauci more than Fauci.
I know hate is not supposed to be a thing, but I really hate Fauci.
Yeah.
What? That wasn't what I meant to do. Fuck. I'll just,
Yeah. Oh dear. Right, so let's see how those gun laws are going for Norway. 5 dead in Norway bow and arrow attack.
What?
there we go.
Oh yeah, that one.
4 women and a
Hey.
man were killed and 2 others wounded when a man used a bow and arrow to attack them in Norway.
I completely forgot about that.
Police said they had previously been in contact with him over fears of radicalization after he converted to Islam.
Of course.
Of course!
Probably that's why I didn't care, because it's just another one.
Yeah. So, once again, a completely disarmed populace, a slightly violent individual with essentially pointy sticks, killed 5 people. It's a completely preventable tragedy.
Yeah.
God bless the Second
That's so
Amendment.
Hey, Norway ain't perfect. We're just really good.
God bless America.
Return to tradition, really, isn't it?
What's wrong with that?
Well,
I
Viking terrorism.
I don't think Islam's ever invaded Norway before.
No, but Viking terrorism,
True.
pretty based. Pretty based using a bow and arrow.
Yeah, but I'd love to know how well that'd work in Texas.
Probably. Have you ever seen Oh, there was a Patrick Swayze movie, not Roadhouse, the other one.
What, Dirty Dancing?
No, another one.
He did other movies?
There's more than. There's actually several Patrick Swayze movies. There's another one where he's like a redneck in some sort of revenge spree. And there's quite a lot of bow and arrow action in it. Can't remember what it's called. Pretty good. Five bow and arrow kills though. I mean, it's pretty good. But like quite a good effort.
oh my god. That oil guy.
Ah, he was
I love you,
Danish
man.
too.
And I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving because you just got here. No, it's like fucking 11:46 a.m. and I have not eaten anything today. So I'm gonna go get some.
I haven't eaten
breakfast.
anything today either, but that's no excuse.
I've just eaten a lot of fucking popcorn because I've been to the cinema. So.
What did you say?
Fauci.
Carnage,
What?
the new Venom movie.
Oh,
Oh, is that out?
well, it must be.
Was it good?
My best expectation from that movie would be Woody Harrelson's performance. The dude's always like got a banger performance.
I mean, it was good. I have to say, I find his hair very distracting. Spent 90% of the movie watching Woody Harrelson's hair, which I feel like was on purpose. But...
Well, my dude's Shadilay. I'm gonna go get some food.
Shadowlight
Shadowlight,
section.
dude.
Schedule.
Peace.
Bye.
So, is Norwegian Islam terrorism nowhere near as good as Norwegian right-wing terrorism? That's what we've learned.
I mean, I've yet to take over, you know. Yet to do it better.
Yeah, I mean, he's like.
Well, it was just some
I
weirdo
looked
from Denmark.
107.
Yeah, I mean, this is just shit, right? Like. It's a very low number, amateurish numbers.
Yes.
Sorry, it's kind of there's a cutscene here. I'll be right back.
Dear.
Very amateur numbers, that's all I'm saying.
Indeed. Here's something you might find interesting, Oil. More Americans are single and faring worse financially than those with partners.
Sorry, what? Does that say that again?
More Americans are single and faring worse financially than those with partners.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, that's exactly as you would expect it to be.
Indeed. Turns out that when you combine two incomes...
Well, I don't think it's even that.
Yeah?
I don't know. I think if you're single, you spend a lot more money than if you're together.
Yeah, actually, I can see the logic in that.
Well, no, because
I can see how that works.
You spend more time at home. You spend more time. You know, you probably cook more than you eat out. You know, when I'm away from home, I spend a lot more money than I do, or I did when I was at home with my wife. That's not really relevant anymore. She seems to have absconded. Like legit, she's gone. So yeah. But yeah, I think, you know, as a family, you probably do more things together than things out. And so I think single people probably spend a lot more money in general.
Yeah.
I think probably waste a lot more.
Yep. And there's definitely more incentive to eat out because it doesn't really feel worth it to cook for one person, does it?
Well, so I've had a bit of an odd lifestyle because I've often worked away from home. I've often lived in flat shares, and I've often lived in flat shares just because it's slightly preferable to staying in hotel rooms on your own. If you know you're going to be somewhere for 3 months or something, it's difficult to rent an apartment for 3 months. It's much easier to go into a flat share for 3 months than it is. Staying in a hotel room for 3 months sounds amazing, but I can assure you, is absolutely shit.
Sounds like a disgustingly overpriced way to do it, that's for sure.
Oh no, it's not that. I mean, like the companies I was working for would have paid, but I mean, it's just staying in a hotel room is horrendous over time.
Yeah.
It just feels like a prison. Everything becomes a prison cell,
Yep.
no matter how attractive it is.
Especially if you're being confined there like it's a prison cell, like Australians when they come into the country.
Right. Yes. No, I'll give you for instance. I did a job in Newfoundland. In Newfoundland's on the east coast of Canada. St. John's is on the far east coast of Newfoundland. I think it's like a 9-hour drive across Newfoundland and a 9-hour ferry to Canada. It's fucking remote.
Bloody hell.
And I spent 4 months in a Hilton, in a very nice Hilton, fully expensed. But I had to eat there as well, right? How many things do you think are on the fucking menu?
Probably not enough to make it worth it.
Not enough to eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner there every day for fucking 4 months.
No, I've had the kind of similar thing, though mine's inflicted more by being poor. When you eat the same thing over and over again for months on end because it's the only thing you can afford. Oh, God, it's awful. It's absolutely abysmal. Like your cheap frozen meat pies, can't stand them anymore because had to eat them so much just due to being poor.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, like, I have a perspective on living alone and single in all sorts of environments. It's hugely expensive, you know, like because you end up wasting a huge amount of stuff. You know, you buy fruit and you only eat a third of it because it goes off by the time you either have to eat the same thing. You know, if you cook, you have to eat the same thing for 3 days to use it up, or you end up wasting it. You know, it's like that all the time.
Okay, back.
It's definitely cheaper to live in sort of family units.
Yep. Even accounting for the same level of income.
Yeah. I don't think the second if you can afford the house on one income, the second one doesn't make a huge amount of difference really. Just people end up just blowing it on stuff they don't need.
Yeah.
It's like how much money? It's very easy for me to say this because obviously I've had a good income my whole life. But I mean, how much money do you think you actually need?
$70,000 US.
Well, okay, I'm not sure. So the number I got to is about between 40 and 45,000 pounds sterling.
Yeah, so
I reckon is what.
That would probably actually add up to that figure of 70,000 US, because I'm actually pulling that from a study they did, where they found that after $70,000 a year, more money doesn't equate to more happiness. So around 70,000 is the sweet point.
Yeah, so I feel.
After that, it's like diminishing returns.
Right, so I've been saying this for years and years to people. There's a hard limit on stuff, right? So in 45,000, you should be able to, in most of the UK, not London, but in most of the UK, you should be able to buy an okay-ish house. You should be able to buy an okay-ish car. You'll have all the stuff in your house that you need. After that, all you're doing is buying slightly nicer versions of the stuff you've got.
Yeah. Once you
Buy a
hit that
slightly
point,
nicer watch with a slightly nicer car. It's like, and all the way up. I mean, like, like if you make £100,000 a year, you might go on a couple of extra holidays. You might be able to save up and buy a second house abroad or something.
yeah.
When you have a second mortgage abroad. But that's about it. You're not getting into speedboat territory. You have to get up. Your income has to get up into the sort of like £250,000 a year mark, really, before it makes any sort of significant difference again. And then to get anywhere past that, you've got to be in the sort of £1,000,000 a year sort of fucking bracket.
Yeah.
If you're gonna,
and especially at 100,000 a year, like how much harder are you working for that 100,000 a year when you could just go, nah, fuck it, I'll do 70,000 a year instead. Like you'd probably have, in a lot of cases, you'd probably have.
It'd be a lot more. In dollars, it'd be more. I'm talking about £100,000.
Oh yeah, right.
I'm talking sort of double, triple.
Right. I got confused. Yeah, double, triple. Yeah, right. Yeah, at that point, it's basically, you're right. It's basically just nicer versions of the same stuff. So once you hit that sweet point, you've got everything you need, and you've got some savings, so you're not financially stressed.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. You've got to remember there's incremental tax issues and things as well.
Yeah.
And with a higher costing home comes higher costing running. If you double the value of your house, generally the running costs more than double.
Sadly, I'm not
There's all sorts of stuff like that.
Sadly, I'm not too experienced on incremental tax brackets because we've never earned enough for it to matter.
No, but I mean, it's just people have this weird idea that if you just, it's everything's diminishing returns is my point.
Yeah, and I think you're exactly right.
Yeah.
Sadly, it does need to be said to a lot of people, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, I think I think sort of people look at like celebrities and go, oh god, look at all the stuff they've got, and then they don't realize that a lot of that stuff they get for free, especially at the low end of celebrity.
Yep.
Where it seems attainable to you and stuff. It's just people are idiots.
Yeah. And it's like, people are like, oh, I want to be rich and famous. I'm like, are you stupid? No. You just want to be rich. Never mind that fame bullshit.
Yeah, turn into fame bullshit.
You don't want
Famous
people,
unwanted.
you don't want people knowing you've got money unless you want them to know you've got money.
Yeah. Well, it's like Elon Musk's the richest man in, or Jeff Bezos is the richest man in the world, or Elon Musk's the richest man in the world. Are they though? Or is the richest man in the world just paying a lot of money so that no one knows he's the richest man in the world?
And that's it. When they say richest man in the world, like they're talking about company assets and non-liquid assets and stuff. Like, what's their actual liquid asset worth? It's a lot less than their touted worth.
Sure, I mean, it's like, how much actual money do I own? Not a wild lot, really. Got a lot of stuff. It's not like I haven't got a Scrooge McDuck vault full of cash.
No, I mean, it would be funny for the memes, but it's not really practical.
But literally nobody does. I mean, everybody's money's in stuff.
Yeah.
Whether it be companies or, whatever.
Well, that's it. Like, even the poor, like, not the properly impoverished, but like the average poor, like, even they have quite often like $10,000, maybe $20,000 worth of stuff. Granted, half of that is probably their car.
Right, sure. Well,
But
it's like what's the single most expensive thing you ever bought in your life? Outside of a car or a house, what's the single most expensive thing you ever paid for?
good question.
For most people, it will. For most sort of vaguely wealthy people, it'll probably be a watch
I think
or
for
something stupid like that.
I think for the average person these days, the single most expensive thing they have that isn't a car or a house is probably their phone.
Yeah.
A PC. That's the most
Yeah,
expensive thing I bought.
phone or PC, because it depends. Because a lot of people will drop 2 grand on a phone, and then have like a $600 laptop.
But I'd say you're right. For most people, it's probably their phone, which is insane when you think about it.
It is. Though, for people like us, like Trim and I, yeah, the computer is probably one of the higher ticket items. But I think I actually spent my phone's worth more than my computer, which is fucking insane.
Should yours be chef's knives, Trim?
I don't need many knives. I just have a few that are good.
Remember, it's individual item. A gaming computer's worth $2,000-3,000 minimum. I don't think Trim needs a $2,000 knife. I'm sure he'd like one, but I don't think he needs it.
Disavow. I think everybody does.
Well, the most expensive knife I have is around 500 euros.
But did you buy that? Is that Norwegian prices or just normal price?
Oh, Norwegian prices.
Robert Longshore says mobile phone, then a watch. Yep. And Discordia says PC probably, though she brought it in pieces. But probably adds up to it.
Yeah. I'm starting to organize my move next week, so I'm gonna do a video about kitchen knives.
Ah, nice.
Cool.
So you're
I'm not a chef, but I'm a keen amateur.
I just like sharp, pointy things because the government says I'm not allowed to have them.
I feel the need to flex. I was going to do a video and shit on the electricians, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. It was too base the thing they were doing, and I was just like. Because I did an apprenticeship as well, you know.
Mm.
So I was gonna do a hard mode apprenticeship video, man. I might still do it. I'm really busy.
Discordia's like Bezic being a rebel with his potato peeler.
Those are only illegal in Scotland.
No, in Australia I can get away with having real knives. I think I've got a machete somewhere. I think that's down in the garage.
Yeah, but there was literally a guy in Scotland arrested for.
Yeah, I heard about that. That was frigging insane.
I think Dank did a video on it actually.
Yeah, he probably did. How many knives do I even have in this ring? And that, I probably shouldn't answer that. But then, sadly, I've reached the point in my life where if the government doesn't approve of it, I want several. Actually, that's why I want to buy a Mark III 303, because Australia's got this stupid thing where you can't have military-looking rifles. So we're just going to get a military rifle that was used in World War II to actually shoot Germans. Because why not? Government
Own a
doesn't.
musket for home defense.
Sadly, I have to go. It's the same amount.
Absolute nightmare to fire.
Yeah. Sadly in Australia, it's probably the exact same amount of effort to get a musket as it is to get a bolt action real rifle.
Well, only ways I can get a gun is either join a gun club or hunting.
Yeah, I basically had to do the same.
Yeah.
Have to be a member of a pistol club for handguns, member of a hunting association for rifles. Just get a military rifle and paint it like a Super Saiyan. I wish.
Well, we still have bows and arrows, though.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah,
Give it till Monday.
we'll see.
There's nothing they like more than taking shit off the innocent people.
True. We'll see how it ends.
Okay, so Daily Mail, because apparently the Daily Mail is where you can get a disgusting amount of sane shit these days, which is scary. Instagram censors evolutionary biologists for posting a chart from transgender study by prominent science journal that showed biological men are stronger than biological women in a range of Olympic sports. Oops.
Okay. That is not allowed, huh?
No. Evolutionary biologist Colin Wright had one of his Instagram posts removed for hate speech and claims he was unable to appeal his review. The chart taken from a scientific study showed that cisgendered males have a performance advantage over cisgendered females across a range of sports.
Based.
Just like it, yeah.
Yep. Wright
Truth is evil.
Wright posted the chart as part of his defense that children who should be assigned to sports teams based on the sex they were assigned at birth. Yes.
Really now? Wow.
Yes. Like,
What
Holy
a
shit.
recently how in
revolutionary
Australia,
act.
the boys' netball team trounced the shit out of every girls' netball team. In fucking netball.
Well, it's I mean, under 12, it probably doesn't make a lot of difference.
Yeah, but once you hit that puberty, oh boy.
Oh yeah, for sure, yeah. But 7-year-old or 8-year-old boys probably got about the same dexterity and strength as a girl.
Well, actually, at about 7 or 8, the girls could actually beat them sometimes. Because there's this weird thing where until at the older ages of pre-puberty, whatever that's called, like, girls are often taller than the boys.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Until the
definitely.
boys get their performance-enhancing drugs.
Yes. They're
Also known as hormone.
they're mandated. Naturally. Yep.
So is that going to be the next thing? We have to give boys puberty blockers to make sports fair.
Probably.
Probably.
That'll be the next tactic.
Or give
For
girls
equality.
testosterone.
No, for equality. Oh. Yeah, okay. For equality, we have to give boys. We have to give boys puberty blockers for the sake of equality.
Probably.
That'd be
Wouldn't
pretty funny.
fucking surprise me.
Well, I think.
I'd be
Well,
on board with that, actually.
maybe we should go for some accelerationism. Just do away with women's sports. Everyone has to compete in
Yeah,
the same
I mean-
sport.
Nobody fucking watches them anyway, so
I don't know. A lot of people
Would it-
watch women's beach
anyone
volleyball.
even notice. Gymnastics and they're not women's sports. They're just men's sports that men can't be bothered to play.
Nah, let's be real. It's basically just softcore porn. That's the only reason anyone watches those.
I mean,
Well, do you remember? Do you remember the volleyball thing? The Brazilian, the Olympic Commission tried to make the uniform like shorts and things, and the Brazilian ladies team kicked off because they wanted to keep it skimpy.
oh,
Did you see that? No.
I think we recovered
because
that
they
story at some point.
Make it-
Maybe.
Well, the Brazilian ladies team was making a load of money from. Well, the Brazilian ladies team made a lot of money from calendars and things, you know.
Ah, yes. Just like
And then,
the Formula
yeah,
One girls who kicked an absolute stink when the feminists got them done away with. It's like, just because you're an ugly bitch doesn't mean I shouldn't make money off stupid men.
Based. Yeah. I mean, again, that seems quite reasonable to me.
I mean, if you got it, use it.
Oh, yeah, I mean, if I could get somebody to pay me to take my fucking clothes off, I would.
I mean,
I mean,
yeah.
I have done it for. I mean, I occasionally do it for free.
Yeah. Discordia says the feminists lost on their jobs. You'd be pissed too, long. Bloody oath. Just like I'd be pissed if someone took my job away because I refused to have a forced medical procedure. I mean, wait, what?
Or or somebody took mine because I refused to be competent.
Mm.
Oh dear.
Where are my fucking house keys?
Yeah. So here's another one
You
from
can't find your
Colin.
house keys?
Yeah, that's alright. I found them.
So another post from Colin Wright, who's apparently an evil, vicious transphobe. Whenever you read an article arguing for the inclusion of males in female sports, ask yourself whether the same arguments could also be used to allow adults to compete against children or doped athletes to compete against natural athletes. The answer is always yes.
I would genuinely quite happily pay to see Mike Tyson fight children. Well, box children rather than not fight bugs.
Well, actually,
Sounds
we'll
fun.
go back to my
In fact-
stupid idea from the other week.
Especially disabled trans children.
Let's go back to my stupid idea from the other week. Actually, what
Is
about
there any other kind?
what about we put the money in to get a shit ton of 8-year-olds and Rainbow Dildo Butt Monkey, and see how many 8-year-olds it takes to beat him up.
I don't like where this is going.
Yeah. That just sounds like an enhanced version of Takeshi's Castle.
Pretty much.
Yep.
I'll watch that.
Takeshisu Kasaru.
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. That's sad
I'm
that I
a
never got a
racially
chance to see
insensitive.
Yeah. So up next on the list is the weekly COVID report.
that.
The
Oh, God,
woo
really?
flu.
Yep. So, apparently, in England, you need to isolate if you have COVID symptoms but negative PCR, says local health official. Now, what can cause COVID symptoms but test negative on PCR? The
What is
common,
that?
Anything.
yes, the common cold,
Literally
the flu.
anything.
Oh,
Co-
yeah, me.
If you have COVID symptoms with negative PCR, you need to isolate, says local health official. No,
Lime
it's got the
juice.
same fucking symptoms as the common cold.
I have a stinking cold at the minute. It sounds an awful lot like Trim has one as well, right?
For a while. It's a bitch to deal with, but
Yeah.
Trim's the only person in the world to have the influenza.
No, I have a cold at the minute.
yeah, but I have the flu.
It's quite. Oh, you have the flu, you faggot.
Yeah. Fuck you.
You're definitely. It's man flu. Bring back. Yeah, we should have campaigns to bring back man flu.
Yeah.
Protest. We want man flu. We've got.
Fuck
Men have
man.
not been getting any sympathy from. Men have not been getting any sympathy from women. We demand man flu.
Discordia says, so get counted as a start towards lockdown, even if you don't have the coof. Yes.
Super gay.
Nice.
Yeah. But yes, apparently there were a high number of inconsistent test results. Gee, I wonder how many false positives there were. But we don't
don't
talk
need to
about
talk about
those,
those.
do we? Speaking of,
Well, I literally have like a sniffle at the minute, and
Yeah.
people keep when I sort of sniff or whatever in public, people are looking at me like I've got the fucking plague.
yeah.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah. So they're saying that
like-
people who have a positive lateral, well, what about if you use orange juice to fake positive COVID test results on the lateral flow test? Because they then, in this article from July, they say the fake result from lateral flow test may be short-lived. Anyone who shows up as positive must then take a more accurate PCR test, which will then say negative, as we just saw in the last cycle, but you have to isolate anyway.
Okay.
Pretty gay.
Yeah. And this was actually verified by The Guardian that orange juice can trigger fake results.
Oh yeah, they've done it live on.
Yep, but it's The Guardian. If The Guardian can,
live.
as it's true. Honestly.
Live streams and stuff. Oh yeah. Okay. We're admitting it, yeah. It's pretty
But
bad.
the Guardian said it was true.
Yes.
Oh, it's true.
Yeah, it's called breaking the test, yes. But it just goes to show how weak the tests are.
Or maybe orange juice is in cahoots with the COVID.
Yeah, maybe. Oh yeah, Florida man bad.
Yes.
Yep. So let's have a look at how life is in Lithuania. So from Gluboko Lietuva, whose name I have sadly probably butchered, has a thread. With no COVID pass, my wife and I are banished from society. We have no income, banned from most shopping, can barely exist. But we will not accept authoritarianism. Here's how life looks after 1 month in Lithuania under Europe's first strict society-wide COVID pass regime. My wife and I have been suspended without pay for 4 weeks. We can't return to our jobs, not sure our employers would let us back. Even if they did, our colleagues despise us, wish on social media for our death. Nothing we can do will ever erase that. We can't work there. We can't find new jobs in our professions. My wife and I have very different jobs in very different fields, but all jobs in both our fields now require the COVID pass. No pass, no job. We're not allowed to buy food in the local supermarket. We may only shop in small stores with street-facing entrances, which mainly sell food, pharma, glasses/contacts, or farming/pet supplies. In our area, that effectively limits us to one small, expensive convenience store. The pass has wreaked havoc with the free market. Supermarkets which require the pass report shopper traffic is down 25% in the month since the pass was imposed. But in the small stores where the pass isn't required, it's up only 0.7%. So wherever the shopper's gone. We now buy food in old Soviet-style markets, outdoors, in parking lots. Products sold on street, tiny tables, or from the back of cars. Produce, eggs, cheese, meat, fish, cash only, no pass required. Not as convenient as a supermarket, but it works for now. Life finds a way. Billy Blogs. Yeah.
At least there's that.
Billy Boggs asks, why do the colleagues hate them? Because they're free thinkers who are not willing to cave to tyranny. There's nothing the sheep hate more than a free thinker.
Don't you know that they're scary?
But a smart free thinker would have just done it and then, subverted from the inside. This is not a clever way to get your way.
Well, when your way is not getting the vaccine, there isn't much option.
No, as I say, you have to get, yeah. I mean, I didn't want it, but I wasn't. I mean, there's two thoughts here, right? One, you're annoyed that you're being forced to have it, or two, you're concerned that it's actually a plot against you. I don't think it's I don't particularly want it, but at the same time, I don't think my government's trying to kill me with it. So,
not necessarily intentionally, but through gross incompetence, maybe.
Well, yeah, I don't think so. I mean, maybe, but I think the odds are fairly slim that it will turn out to kill everybody.
Well, sure.
Whereas
but the issue is that
not being able to eat or work definitely will cause you more lifestyle issues.
The biggest issue, though, is the government is forcing people to do a thing that has a death rate that is not 0. At the same time, however, they refuse to take any responsibility for that.
No, sure, no. Look, it's bad, but that guy, that couple have done that to themselves.
No, the government's done it to them.
Yeah, but there was probably very little risk to their lives to go ahead with it. There's obvious risk to their lives by not going ahead with it. You know, if you're the only people that are doing it, not doing it, it's kind of.
Yeah, but then it's your own problem, and they shouldn't be
I know.
blacklisting them for it.
Look, I get it. They're sure. Well, no, but they knew that was going to happen. I mean, they're standing on their principles, but how much are your principles really worth at times? You know.
For some people, everything.
That's one way to find out.
Well, for that guy, apparently fucking loads, but I don't think I'd have done it. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, but
pragmatism.
You're not him, though. People are different.
And one of the big concerns is if they can get away with requiring these passes to do things, what's in the next step? If they can get away with this, they'll try for something more severe. Because the government never hands back power.
Well, no, not usually. But I mean, the point is, his minor act of, sort of defiance isn't going to make any difference to that. If they want to do it, they'll do it. So, yeah.
I don't know. To some people, principle and bodily autonomy is worth more than anything the society has to offer.
Yeah, but he shot his load early, hasn't he? If he wants to defy the government, you have to do it in numbers. He now won't be available to fight them next time, will he?
Well, if he survives, he will be.
He could be inspiring other people too.
But he'd been unpersoned. Yeah, don't think so. Probably everybody thinks he's a cunt, I would think. So.
Sure, but the last time people didn't stand up at the first minor inconvenience, we ended up with 40-so million dead.
Yeah. Whatever.
I've got a photo display of how it works. First, they send in the army to force you to get treated. Then they forcibly disinfect you, and then they send you to the disinfection showers.
Yeah, awesome.
The idea is that if people stand up at the first sign of tyranny, ideally the government doesn't get to the second step. It does no good to stand up at step 72nd of tyranny.
Sure. Well, it doesn't pay to be the first guy either. You know what I mean?
Sure, but somebody needs to be the first guy.
There is going to be a first guy, always.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe let that be someone else.
Yeah, but we're not talking about you now, are we? This is the guy who did it. He's the one that did it first. I know you don't have the balls to do it.
That's nothing to do with balls. It's common sense.
Well,
I guess
that's one way of saying it, but it has to do with balls too.
No, if you're going to pick a fight, at least pick one that you've got a vague chance of. Like even the slightest chance.
Yes. Just wait for later, after they've brought in more restrictions and more hatred and more government authoritarianism. That worked out real well the last time it was tried.
Yeah. I'm with Patrick on this one, man.
Yeah.
It's a bit too compliant, dude. That was it's a bit too weak.
No, I would have just.
It's a bit too weak, dude.
I'd have been looking to pretend to comply. Is my point. I wouldn't have been.
Right.
I'd have been looking to find a doctor who would sign the thing to say that I'd been vaxxed rather than vaxxed. If you know what I mean. If I was that concerned about it.
Yes, but then the government.
Yeah, but you constantly live under governmental tyranny. You pay taxes. They decide what you can and can't do all the fucking time. Whereas this thing is there are things that you're not allowed to do that I'm more concerned about than having to have a passport.
There are things you're
totally.
more concerned about than having to have a government-issued ID to enter any and every business, to travel interstate, to
Yeah.
cross state borders.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I think you should have those anyway.
Well, there's a serious fucking issue.
I'm quite happy with quite happy for everybody to have a state-issued ID. Yeah, in that almost everybody already has one.
Sure, but
And,
are you happy for them to be
in a
required by
country-
law to have them
in a-
with them at all times under penalty of death?
Well, I don't think it's penalty of death, but yeah.
Personhood.
In a country that's absolutely rampant with illegal migration, I sort of would like them to have to show it to get on a bus. I don't get on many buses. I'd be alright with it.
No, I'm not particularly a fan of the government knowing where I am at every hour of the day. Because maybe
doesn't really turn me on either.
maybe I want to leave my electronic devices at home, take some cash, and go buy something that the government doesn't want me to have.
I just like to point out the government always knows where you are and what you're doing at all times anyway, so... You know.
Well, there's no need to make it fucking easy for them.
You made it easy for them decades ago. You bought mobile phones and you got Facebook. And you put every fucking piece of information about yourself on the internet. I mean, the Nazis had to work really hard to find all the Jews. Now they just do it with a Facebook filter.
So, that doesn't
literally,
still mean you should let them round up the fucking Jews anyway. No. We turn around and go, no,
not
step
that
away
kind
from
of
that
stuff.
Jew.
I'm just saying, any particular government that wanted to pick out a in-group of any kind could do it in an afternoon now.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean we should just give up because they can.
The Nazis had to employ specialist hunters hunt Jews.
Yes, they had.
Whereas our stupid kids have just told the government every stupid little thing about. I mean, if you were genuinely transphobic and you wanted to round them all up, it wouldn't be very hard.
No, and even if they did, we should still be standing up going, no, fuck off, get away from it.
No, but you already gave them the means to do it.
Yes, they have the means, but that doesn't mean we should let them keep.
You didn't even sell the data. You gave it to them.
Sure, but that doesn't mean that you stand by and clap as they're rounding up the Jews and the trannies to be taken off to the showers.
Are you sure? Yeah, no, you're right. You definitely don't. Yes.
No, theoretically, what you should be doing is hiding in trees with guns and shooting them, which is why America has the right idea about the Second Amendment.
Oh, no, surely we'd round up all the Koreans.
No,
they
we-
would be.
you know,
That'd be instant win.
We need the Koreans on the rooftops to keep the government away.
Rooftops, yeah. That's it, yeah. No, I mean, it's just... yeah. This idea that... yeah.
A coerced
But the
choice
next
isn't a
government
real
might be-
choice.
But you could just vote in a nice government that didn't want to do it. I mean, that would be...
When it's
that would
already
be the
too
thing,
late.
wouldn't it?
Right.
Instead of continuously voting in the same people all the time, you could just vote in decent people. That'd be...
Well,
Okay.
it's funny how the majority doesn't seem to care about being decent people. Which is why we don't let them get away with their bullshit.
No, but you see, the majority of people are quite happy for the government to run their lives completely because they're lazy, feckless cunts.
Yes. Which is why we need to tell the lazy, feckless cunts to fuck off, and the government can fuck off too, and we'll do whatever the fuck we want.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot more lazy, feckless cunts than there is of us.
There's a solution to that we can't go into here. Something about the Tree of Liberty?
I see. I blame health and safety legislation for all of this. Personally, all the idiots used to just die through natural causes, like falling into holes or electrocuting themselves and things. I think the only way to make a strong and intelligent human race is to allow natural selection to take its course.
Yeah.
Yeah, like taking the
I would-
warning may
do.
contain nuts labels off the side of nut packets.
Yeah, I'd also ban all kinds of like dank won't like this, but I would ban HRT and if you and your wife can have a baby successfully, there's a reason for that. Yeah, your genes don't mesh well, so tough. Pick someone else. You know, we shouldn't be freezing women's eggs so they can have mongy babies when they're 40. I don't think we should be doing that. You know, just don't. Sorry, you can't have it au natural. You shouldn't be able to have it.
I'm sure that works great for everything else. Are we going to do away with vaccines for things like polio, chickenpox? Because if you can't survive it au naturel, you don't deserve to survive it at all. Is that your solution?
Seems fair, I guess.
It's logically
know,
consistent.
Kind of a easy way.
Yeah, I'm good with it. Natural selection, everything by natural selection. Survival of the fittest. Based.
So much for the moral fabric of society.
Yeah, don't give a fuck.
We've noticed.
It's Friday. It's Friday, I think. No, I mean it's like some of the rules that we live by. I mean, some of them are self-evident, right? We all agree, the golden rules and stuff like that. But some of the laws that we live under, there's not a human being whose grandfather was alive at the time those rules were decided. Who says they're relevant now?
Well, they're probably not. So maybe we need to look into that.
I think every successive generation should at least get a vote on whether we continue the way we are. Or something like that. I don't know. I'm disturbingly sober, and it's making me mean.
Yes, maybe you need a cigar and many, many drinks.
I don't know. I just sometimes I wonder, who decided any of this shit? None of us.
No.
That's for so sure.
So maybe we should go back to the Lockean principles of the government. Leave us the fuck alone except when we need them.
Yeah, maybe the commies have got it right. Who knows?
I won't say they've got it right, but the current system's sure as shit not working.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think we should build a communist utopia.
And send all the communists
Just a
there to
small
see how it goes?
one.
Just to give it a try?
Yeah, exactly right. Just build them. Look, there's plenty of space in the world. There's enough space to build. There's enough space to build a Marxist communist utopia. There's enough space to build a Leninist communist utopia. We could build a Wakanda. Let's build a Wakanda. Let's settle these things once and for all.
The Callum approach,
Build them exactly what they want. All the money will end up with the capitalists at the end anyway. It's not a big fucking deal. It's basically just a loan. And, then we can settle these things once and for all. Let all the people who want to go to them, go to them. You're just not allowed to come back. It's, it's not a big deal.
And then fly over the
I'm all for
drones
building-
and sell it on pay-per-view.
Yeah, build a monorail. Build a monorail through the middle of it so that everyone can, go out when they're about 14 and go, this is what communism looks like. And, this is what Wakanda looks like.
Well, we've already got Liberia, so
Weirdly,
do we
they're
really need Wakanda?
Weirdly, they turn out to be exactly the same. The problem with building a Wakanda is somebody has to invent, it's like, oh, yeah. I mean, I was literally talking to a guy, God, it was about 6 months ago, and he was like, if Africa had been left alone, it would have been able to be Wakanda. And I went, what, like super technologically advanced and everything? Yeah. And I went, yeah. The thing about that is entirely based on a weird alien mineral that doesn't exist. Like all their technology works on a thing that's not real. So maybe not. Anyway, sort of sidebar. But yeah. I do wonder if we should just build them their own shit and let them go.
I can't hear you, dude.
No,
You're robotic.
you've roboted out completely.
Well,
So,
I'll have a go at it.
moving on to the next article. Apparently, in New South Wales, the government has told the courts that no worker in New South Wales has to get the jab. Getting the jabs.
Escape from the news. I'm gonna say.
Yeah, we've completely
Oil,
lost
you're
Oil.
turning into a robot. I can't hear what you're saying.
Right? I mean, that was a good movie.
We've completely
Yeah, I
lost
watched
you,
that
Oil.
again.
We heard none of that.
I think he's talking to other
Yeah.
people, actually.
So, no one in New South Wales has to get the jab. Key workers do not face mandatory COVID jabs. The jabs are simply a way to become exempt from some lockdown laws. Which is just a bullshit backhanded way of saying that you have to get the fucking jab.
That's one way of saying it.
Yeah. Teachers and aged care workers not being forced to get a COVID vaccine, government lawyers have insisted, but simply left unable to take advantage of exemptions to the stay-at-home orders afforded to the double jabbed. Which is just stupidity anyway. Utter lunacy. But none of that mattered because the court rejected human rights anyway.
Because fuck human rights. Right.
Yep.
God damn it.
Ah, for God's sake. Why is it being dodgy?
Because it's the only thing that makes their PP hard, I suppose,
Yeah.
at this point. Come
Just
on.
trying to get this bloody thing to work. It's just being super fucking annoying. Yeah, I give up. We'll move on from this one.
So, what's the next, what is next topic?
Yeah. So, as an acting senior sergeant, senior Victorian police woman, resigned from Victoria Police on Friday night. She resigned last Friday night. She resigned after 16 years of service, claiming the vast majority of cops do not believe in and don't want to enforce the state's tough COVID-19 orders. Ms. Mitchell is now facing investigation by Victoria Police's Professional Standards Command after she quit the force over the state's stringent COVID-19 directions. This is a veteran of the police force, so she's got a senior role, so she will pay a very heavy price personally, Ms. Panahi said. Her career is in jeopardy as soon as she spoke out, and it shouldn't be that way in a free country. And it wouldn't be. Unfortunately, Australia's no free country.
Heavy price to pay to just say something. Holy
Yeah.
shit. Yeah. Australia is fucking authoritarian, alright?
Yep.
Fucking hell.
And I'm still disgraced by any police officer that's enforcing these things. Like, yes, I know it's your job. Yes, I know you're supposed to enforce these laws. But the moment you fucking do, you're complicit.
Yeah.
Just following orders didn't fucking work for the Nazis. It's disgraceful.
Yeah.
So, Trim,
Yeah.
you'd better not go get the flu shot.
Really?
Yeah, because you might accidentally get a COVID vaccine instead. Accidentally, in
Oh.
big inverted commas.
Oh, yeah. Accidentally.
Yep. A Maryland pharmacist mistakenly injected a 4-year-old with the Pfizer vaccine instead of the flu shot. Yeah, mistakenly.
That is bullshit of the highest fucking caliber.
Yep. So this is at Walgreens. Not the first time it's happened at Walgreens either. Accident my fucking ass. Some do-gooder What about the girl who was given 6 times the dose? Yeah, here we
She
go.
had good intentions.
Yeah. Same teenager claims CVS accidentally gave her 6 doses of the COVID-19 vaccine. A 17-year-old
Yes.
girl is speaking out after she says she was given 6 times the normal dose of the COVID-19 vaccine at a pharmacy in Salem. She knew she wanted to get a COVID-19 vaccine so she could travel back to the Philippines next year. Right, so another person that was coerced. The pharmacist came to us, told us, just wait for 30 minutes because they gave me a little bit stronger dose. Utterly fucking disgraceful.
Fucking ridiculous.
According to records obtained by 10 News, Salem Fire and EMS responded to the CVS on Tuesday afternoon for a 17-year-old female who received 6 times the dose of the Pfizer vaccine that they were not supposed to. So it's actually legit.
Really?
Yep.
That is. Good lord.
Yep. So she was not taken to the hospital, but on Tuesday night she experienced swelling on her arm, irregular heart rate, and nausea.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, couldn't sleep, and then I was checking my temperature, it was like 98 or something like that, and then it's not really bad, so after the day, the second day I was like, I will feel tired, feel dizzy. Utterly fucking
she does
insane.
well.
Yeah, but how about accidentally giving a whole family the COVID-19 vaccine? And shock and surprise, it's a fucking Walgreens again.
What's with fucking Walgreens?
Clearly, there's... And these are the ones that are uncovered. I would not be surprised in the slightest if there are some do-gooder, scum-sucking employees going, oh, we'll just give them the vaccine to make sure they're safe.
Of course.
So, an Evansville...
sure, be communist.
Yeah, probably. An Evansville family and their attorney says they were accidentally given full adult doses of the Pfizer coronavirus vaccine instead of flu shots. Alexandra and Joshua Price says happens October 4 at the Walgreens on St. Joseph Avenue. Is that the same Walgreens we saw earlier?
Not certain. Probably is.
Maryland Walgreens? Is this also Maryland? No, it's Indiana. So the family of 4 includes 2 adults and 2 children who are just 5 and 4 years old. The Pfizer vaccine isn't approved for children that young. Jesus fucking Christ. And apparently, they have vaccination cards given to them by the Walgreens after the Walgreens realised their mistake.
Of course.
The family says they left the pharmacy thinking they had received their flu shots, but a Walgreens employee later called them and said they made a mistake. How the fuck did they discover they'd made the mistake? So, the attorney says the children have been taken to a pediatric cardiologist and the family was told both are showing signs of heart issues.
That is not good. At all.
Blog says, I assume they're not using medical professionals to give these shots. No, well, they're fucking not. Last year, the US Department of Health and Human Services used emergency powers that they pulled out of their ass. The directive allows pharmacists in all 50 states to give vaccines like flu shots to children 3 and older. You know, people that were never trained on how to give vaccines.
Yeah, that seems normal to me. Completely normal. So legit.
Yep. So, moving back to the insanity in Australia, Hobart hotel quarantine breached as New South Wales man with COVID found by police in northern suburbs. Yep, he arrived in Tasmania without a valid border pass. Ooh.
Scary. Very scary.
Yeah. Billy Blog says, like idiots inject stuff into you isn't a good idea. And Discordy says, I wouldn't like to be the person who did that to any of my family. Yes, they're They're lucky that family went to a lawyer instead of somewhere less conducive to the health and physical safety of the idiot responsible.
Yeah, I wouldn't have that much self-control, to be honest. I'd be fighting I'd be fighting a stick to put a head on.
Yeah. So, back in Tasmania, the man arrived in Tasmania on Monday evening with out of valid pass and was taken to the Travelodge Hotel in Hobart for quarantine. Hotel security found the man missing from his room on Tuesday afternoon during a welfare check. Or, as we called it, prison rounds. Police were immediately
I mean, to be fair,
notified.
I would think I'd rather go to an actual prison than a travel lodge.
Well, I'm pretty sure prisoners have more rights than regular Australian citizens, even outside of COVID, so me too. So, let's talk about internal passports for a moment. Uses for internal passports have included restricting citizens of a subdivided state to employment in their own area, preventing their migration to richer cities or regions, clearly recording the ethnicity of citizens to enforce segregation or prevent passing, and controlling access to sensitive sites or closed cities. Countries that have used internal passports include China, North Korea, and the Russian Federation. Previously used by places such as the Soviet Union. You know, so used by a whole bunch of Soviet countries, or say South Africa during the apartheid. You know, to make it easier to murder people at will, suppress the citizenry, force them to comply with tyranny.
Yeah.
So what was the result of this mess? They've thrown the Hobart region into a 3-day lockdown after this man went on an unauthorized walk around the fucking city.
Oh no! How could he go for a walk?
Yep, and apparently he's not cooperating with authorities. Yes, how dare he travel across state borders within his own country, as he is entitled to do by Article 13 of the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. How dare he walk around a city in his own country? And how dare he refuse to speak to authorities? You know? That thing that in a civilized country he has the right not to do? Yes, Stu, it's funny how it's all hyper-authoritarian states. So yeah, snap lockdown. Because apparently we can't continue to wait after it was revealed that COVID-positive traveller fled hotel quarantine and visited a supermarket. Yes, because one person broke the rule, we will now punish the entire city. Utter fucking insanity. So you can only leave your home for shopping for urgent household supplies within 5 kilometers from home, as well as attending health and medical appointments, including getting vaccinated. You can exercise once per day, outdoors within 5 kilometers of households for up to 2 hours. So there you go. They're being super generous, and you're allowed 2 hours of yard time in your open air prison.
Really? Oh my. I'm impressed.
Yep. You can't visit people. You can't undertake any form of normal human right. You can't attend weddings. Funerals can only have 10 guests. You can only have takeaway food. You must wear masks. Utter fucking insanity.
So giftful. So nice they are.
As Student of History says, collective punishment for not following arbitrary government orders, Free Nation certified. And Billy Blogs is saying, in regards to the previous stories on idiots giving people the wrong, accidentally giving people the wrong vaccine. So shop assistants are performing medical procedures. I bet pharmacists are too busy doing their normal jobs and they get assistants to give people the jabs. Yeah, so untrained, unqualified, non-medical professionals.
Right. Sounds fucking amazing.
Well, I'm less angry now. I've managed to get a couple of beers and a cigar.
Oh, excellent.
So I'm more chill now.
You don't say.
So, what's going to be Discordia's favourite story? This couple caught COVID-19, so authorities drowned and burned their dogs.
Oh,
Based. Oh no, hang on. Maybe the beer hasn't worked.
Don't think it has. So, Fan Ming Hung and his wife had amassed a sizable menagerie, 70 dogs and 1 cat. Within the space of a few short hours on Sunday morning, all except 2 of their pets were killed by Vietnamese authorities after the couple and one of the dogs tested positive for COVID-19.
Yeah. Okay. In Vietnam, though, I mean,
Sure.
how many of those dogs are now in a restaurant?
None, because apparently their corpses were burnt after they were drowned.
Yeah, burnt in an oven.
No.
And then served.
Within hours of the family arriving home, they had all tested positive and were placed in a quarantine centre. Yeah, aka a fucking prison. By Sunday morning, 15 of their dogs and the cat would be dead, killed in brutal fashion at the hands of Vietnamese authorities in the name of pandemic prevention. 2 men put my dogs in bags, submerged them in water, and then threw them in a fire to burn. Nguyen Duy Can, Young's wife said on Sunday.
I mean, you've got to wonder how many sort of petty rivalries and things are being settled in some of these places during this sort of period.
Oh, you mean like in France, after it was conquered by Germany, and the milice were accusing people of all sorts of nasty things.
a lot of them, I think.
Yeah, well, you would, wouldn't you? I mean, definitely, if a Nazi regime crops up in a country I'm in, I may well use it to my advantage. In the same way, if the zombie apocalypse happens, there may be quite a bit of friendly fire around my gap.
Discordia says she doesn't think she can say in YouTube chat what she'd do to people who tried to do that to her pets. Same, but I certainly would not comply.
You say you don't want to murder your pets for the greater good?
Yes, the dog had COVID, so he had to die. Or, more accurately, the people had COVID, so they were punished by having their pets murdered.
Yeah, seems reasonable to me.
Yep. But hey, it's not just third world shitholes. It's first world shitholes like Australia where they're murdering animals.
Really?
Yes.
Awesome.
Would not comply is putting it very mildly.
How much do they get up to pay Cooper to get in a furry dog suit?
Oh dear.
Asking for it.
I mean, he is a good capitalist, so there must be a price.
I bet there is. Just getting the timing right with the authorities is the.
and we've gone over before about the woman in South Australia who tested positive for COVID and then her car was firebombed.
Oh, yeah, that seems reasonable.
Yep, it's only.
Wait, sorry, I missed this one. Give me that one again.
A woman in South
She got COVID and her car got firebombed because
no, Trim. She tested positive for COVID, and then somebody firebombed her car because she was a bad, evil woman who did not follow the holy tenets of "must be upon you."
Right.
Okay.
That was literally only someone in the house and a bad wind away from being murder.
So that's purging with fire the unbelievers. That's some
not based.
Shit right there.
I mean, this will have no long-term effects on society.
No.
At all,
None at all.
Not
None
people.
At all.
We are literally at the point where by the end of this month,
no attempt at all will be made to find the person who did that fireball.
No. But I'm predicting that within the next 30 days, in fact, likely by the end of the month, we're going to see someone in what used to be a first world country murder somebody for having COVID. We are seeing modern day fucking witch burnings.
Yeah. I mean,
Nice to know we're back in Salem, guys.
So, you're not safe,
Yeah,
Oil.
that's
You're
not-
not safe
I'm sort
either,
of-
Oil, because they're not 100% effective. There can be breakthrough cases.
Yeah, but I'm not a witch, so I'm probably going to be all right.
Yes, but do you float? Are you a duck?
Shit. We know your secret, Oil. Run, run before it's too late.
No, I'll be fine.
You
I'll be
use the
fine.
phone magic trick.
No, people like me are never in any danger of anything, really. But
Mm.
I wouldn't want to be one of those other people that are in danger all the time. What do they call them again? Poor people. Yeah, poor people. Yeah.
Yes. Well, just remember, Oil. One of these days we will eat the rich and the politicians.
No, that's fine. I don't mind. I mean, I've only got a few years left. I'm not bothered.
So, meanwhile, in Australia will stop producing AstraZeneca vaccine. I wonder why they might do that. Could it be the
Fascinating.
7 confirmed deaths from blood clotting?
Couldn't possibly be. Is that maybe they just need a new take?
Oh, look, 14 deaths in Victoria today, all were vaccinated. This being back on October 13th.
Fantastic, I guess. Magical.
Yep.
Spells.
But yes, funnily enough, this is why I think that mandates are wrong. Because,
I think
Because
probably
men
what we
shouldn't
should
be on
do-
dates.
What we should probably do is just nationalize the pharmaceutical companies.
find it hard to
That
argue
would be fun.
against that these days.
That probably solve a lot. That would solve a lot of trouble. Oh, I mean, there's good grounds for it.
At this
Pandemic
point,
sort of
yeah.
thing. We need to secure the supply. Nationalized, motherfucker.
Yep, well, that's it. If it's such a massive state of emergency, war on COVID and all that.
Yeah. Maybe we should do a petition for that.
So, speaking of
How
murder...
many times
That'd
will
be a fun-
petitions work?
Yeah. So,
No,
meanwhile...
I'd love to see our MPs having to talk about it.
That would be entertaining.
Put the fear of God into the pharmaceutical companies, that's for sure. So, speaking of murdering dogs...
We really should be for more someone's. Oh God, really? More of this?
Yep, so the RSPCA has proven they are totally useful because they've found that the New South Wales Council shooting a bunch of 15 rescue dogs, 10 of them puppies, due to COVID-19 restrictions, they found that the actions of the council that carried it out were legal.
God damn it.
Tells you everything you need to know about the RSPCA and the laws. Murdering healthy animals,
What?
murdering healthy fucking animals that could have been rehomed, that had homes to fucking go to, because God forbid they allow the rescuers to travel.
So the RSPCA have become PETA.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, that's good to know. No more charity money for you then, dickheads.
Yep.
Not that I would have ever given money to an animal charity, but
So speaking of the vaccine mandates again, the Northern Territory has imposed the strictest vaccine mandate in the world. If you do not comply by November 13th, you could be fined up to $5,000. Repeatedly.
Really?
so what? I mean, that's stupid. The sort of person who's going to do that doesn't have 5,000 anything. So I mean,
Well, that's okay. When you don't pay the fine, they'll just put you in prison for not having your mandatory, totally not mandated experimental injection.
Right.
I mean, you have to be impressed by Australia's incredible recent authoritarian.
It is
I mean, it is-
astounding how quickly the government's gone and how most of the country's just gone with it. It's
Yeah. Well, it's the Australian prisoner mentality, isn't it?
Well, not really, because Australian prisoner mentality was nothing quite the same back in the day. It turns out that since the 60s, Australia's turned into a
No,
country
it's
of
just a good
pussies.
meme. That's all.
It is.
Just a good meme.
But before the 60s or 70s, Australia used to be a country of people who would have fucking hung from lampposts, these politicians.
I mean, like a much better example is Scotland. Scotland that is world famous for a single phrase.
Yes.
Yeah.
Braveheart.
Yeah. And
Yeah, but that doesn't count anymore.
just become. No, but that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. Like the thing of which the world most, because of an Australian, weirdly, most identifies Scotland with now is a single phrase about, dying instead of losing their freedom, and Scotland has become incredibly authoritarian as well, which is one of the many reasons why I don't live there now.
Mm.
I thought you liked that shit. Gives you
to be fair,
opportunity.
to be fair to the Australia's shitbag politicians, they did it so much faster than Scotland.
Oh God, no!
Scotland's been working.
Is really leading the.
Scotland's been working on it for like the last. Yeah, Hitler took like a decade.
Hitler must be going, oh, Jesus,
It's
I
a
just got
fucking
PTFO'd
scrub.
by the Australians.
Yeah.
PTFO'd by Australians.
Took Hitler
I think,
decades to completely change the culture and bring this stuff in. This
And,
These guys did it in 2 years.
not even
to be
2
fair,
years.
The Nazis did a great job of killing the Jew dogs as well. There's that.
I mean, maybe disavow, yeah.
The Nazis banned Jews from owning dogs.
Yep.
Hmm.
Because
They weren't
reasons.
capable of looking after them.
Ah, there. Now I
They
get
had.
it.
They said they had. They said they had. They literally, there's propaganda. You can see the propaganda. They said that the Jews had dirty houses and that they didn't look after them properly, and they took all their dogs away.
Yep.
Idire.
All of this stuff has happened before.
Hey, what did Discordia say there? That word. You're Scottish, you know it.
I can't see it. So
A single phrase, you mean?
IDYREF.
Indie ref, independence referendum.
Ah. Well, I think England should give Scotland independence. Hard border.
I actually think, and bear in mind, I am Scottish and have family in Scotland and homes in Scotland and things like that. I actually think we should allow a second independence referendum, but they should play it. They should play it from the opposite end, because that's how good sports are done, isn't it? You change ends. So this time they should give Wales, Northern Ireland, and England a vote about whether they want to keep Scotland in. And if they vote to keep Scotland in, nothing happens, and then Scotland gets another vote. But if they vote Scotland out, Scotland goes out on England's terms. I think that'd be quite fun.
I think it would be. I think it certainly would harm English.
Because they've done nothing but whine like fuck, and I just like the idea of Sturgeon immediately having to pivot and
Suddenly start
campaign
kissing
to keep
England's
Scotland
ass.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think it would be I just think it would be a good fucking funny thing to do. Fucking whiny cunts.
Be fun to see. They'll probably get wrecked again.
Yeah, I'm sure England would vote to keep them in, but it would just be funny to.
Yeah.
It'd just be funny, that's all.
Probably.
Discordia has a good idea. Can we just kick Sturgeon out of the Union? Cast her into the sea?
Not into the sea. Maybe into the sun.
Well, should we bring back witch
There's a
duckies?
lot of, I mean,
Sturgeon
there's
reminds me
lot
of a
rockets
witch.
going-
Burn her at the
there's a lot
stake?
of space rockets there's lots of space rockets going around at the minute. Elon could dunk her into the sun for us, I'm sure.
Yeah, why? Just need to shoot her on in a trajectory?
If Elon can dunk her into the sun, I'm quite happy for Elon to become King of Scotland.
Based.
I mean, like, I mean, it would be funny.
But Billy Blogs has a point. Rebuild Hadrian's Wall bigger. A big, beautiful wall. To keep...
Extend it all the way around the coast of England and then fill it in.
Yeah. Discordia says the sun is a bit more work. She's not fussy though. He'll take it. So let's have a look at what.
It's actually not very. It's not that much work to put her into. Once she's into space, if you just point her in the general direction, there's no more work to be done.
Yep. So let's see how well those mandates are working for Northern Territory. Education Union raises concerns about the impact of COVID vaccine mandate on Northern Territory school staff. Education unions are concerned the Northern Territory government's COVID-19 vaccine mandate will lead to worker shortages in schools after a survey revealed about 1/6 of teaching staff do not intend to get vaccinated. Oops. While almost 70% of staff said they were fully vaccinated, about 70% said they were not willing to get the jab. The survey also found that more than a third of respondents do not agree with mandatory vaccinations for school employees, which is actually a higher percentage than the general public, it seems. So, the mandate covers all public-facing rules and includes workers involved in essential infrastructure, food or essential goods security or supply or logistics in the Northern Territory. So damn near fucking everybody.
Yeah, that's equality.
Those who do not comply will not be permitted to attend their workplace and could face a $5,000 fine if they do. So yes, anyone who interacts with members of the public, this includes. So, hospitality, retail, supermarket workers, barbers, hairdressers, beauty therapists. Utterly fucking disgraceful.
So all the losers then, essentially.
Yeah. All the people that should be able to make their own choices. And this is at the point where Australia is 66.3% fully vaccinated, with 84% at least one dose. But apparently we still have to mandate harder.
Yeah. Step on me, daddy government.
Discordia says to Billy Blogs, it's a bit slow for... well, actually, Billy Blogs says, just nudge your son in regards to Sturgeon, gravity will do the rest. Discordia says back to Billy Blogs, it's a bit slow for my liking, but as long as we don't give her access to the controls of a radio to transmit audio, I can live with it. Discordia, your mistake is, we don't have to put her in a space shuttle. She does not need to be inside a craft.
Yeah, I had absolutely zero. I had exactly. Yeah, I had no intention of a module. No, I just
want to launch her.
Just on one of the regularly scheduled trips into space, just shoot her out the door in the general direction of the sun.
No, I was just going to sort of strap her onto the cone and just sort of release her in the general direction, and then.
Do you really need to strap her even there? Didn't
I don't want her to accidentally fall off before she gets into space.
I mean, wasn't there this Transylvanian guy who was pretty good at attaching people to things?
Oh yeah,
Vlad.
Jeff or something, wasn't there? Or F?
Yeah,
Vlad.
Victor or something, I guess. Vicky?
Something Tepper.
Yeah. Had a bit good habit though. Interesting fella. So let's.
Have you ever? Dank didn't really talk. I mean, I'm assuming because Dank did a Mad Lad, you've been talking about it. Dank didn't really talk anything. I was very disappointed. He didn't actually explain the process of impaling, which is really interesting.
Well, I thought it involved. Yes, I thought it was literally that, just straight through all the way from the arsehole.
They were really careful about it. It didn't kill you.
Oh.
It took days to die from that.
Oh yeah.
They developed a technique of very carefully nudging everything out of the way.
Oh, that's just
Rod
nasty.
knew what he was doing.
Yeah, I mean, it generally came out of the shoulder. It went through the arsehole and out of shoulder.
Yep.
Oh,
It's pretty, it's pretty interesting. They were really good at it by the end.
Yeah.
that's just strange.
They because he talked about the field, but there was also another thing where they lined the road. So there was like one road, and they just lined the road, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of these guys. They
Yeah.
had to just walk. You know, they had to march up the road past all their countrymen.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
then that
Real
Khalifa,
morale booster.
but
Yeah.
that Caliph or whatever his rank was, he went into the castle that Dracula abandoned, right? And it was just a
Yeah.
forest of impaled people.
Yeah. That one was unbelievable.
Yeah.
You think, well, how true do I think that was? I think it was pretty. It seems like pretty true,
Yeah.
And the funniest thing is that Romania thinks of him as a folk hero.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
he did
sure.
save them from the Muslims.
He did.
So, last article I've got for us about how well those lockdowns are working. Unemployment edges up as thousands give up on looking for work during lockdowns. So, Amanda Lunade says
yeah.
she feels a mix of emotions when she finally returns to work after the lockdowns. Melbourne hairdresser has been able to work for months and has been relying on the weekly $750 COVID disaster payment. Moving on from her bullshit. The most recent...
750 Australian dollar he does.
Yeah,
What is that in real terms?
that's like 350-ish pounds.
No, but I mean, what? No, yeah, no, but that doesn't matter because I don't know the price of anything. Like, how much is your rent?
Outside of the big cities, for a regular-ish size house, 300 a week.
Yeah, so not even enough to cover the rent of a house then.
Pretty much.
Well, if it's 750 a month.
750 a week.
Oh, 750 a week.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's still
Okay, so
fuck
it's
all.
Probably yeah, but it's survivable, right? It is survivable.
Yeah. Interestingly, the unemployment is less than 750 a fortnight.
Well, that's something at least.
So yeah, so again, this is the problem. A lot of people are actually profiting from these things.
Mhm. Yeah, which is why the plebs aren't rising up and eating the politicians.
I mean,
Because
during the lockdowns, during the lockdowns in the UK, I could have claimed close to £4,000 a month in actually just over £4,000 a month in furlough money if I'd wanted to.
So let's have a look at the unemployment figures. Another 138,000 jobs were lost in September, according to the Bureau of Statistics. That in a country of 27 million, 138,000 jobs went down the shithole. The national unemployment rate edged up to 4.6% from 4.5%, with another dramatic deterioration in the participation rate, the main reason why unemployment rate did not jump further. The participation rate hit a 15-month low, with just 64.5% of people aged 15 and over currently working or actively looking for work. It means more people fell out of the labour force. The underutilisation rate, which combines the unemployed with the underemployed...
I can't hear you. I'm just hearing angry Scottish people.
Oil, are you being abused?
I'll explain in a minute.
So, as I was saying, the participation rate hit a 15-month low, with just 64.5% of people aged 15 and over currently working or actively looking for work. It means more people fell out of the labour force. The underutilisation rate, which combines the unemployed with underemployed, edged up to 13.9% from 13.8%.
Oh,
So that only counts the people that are looking for work, though. So when you include the people that aren't looking for work...
Yeah.
So, the labour markets of New South Wales and Victoria, with a combined share of close to 60% of Australia's employed population, had a huge influence on national figures. In September, there were large falls in employment in Victoria, 123,000 people, New South Wales, 25,000 people, following a significant 173,000 decline in August. Over the last 3 months, participation in the labour force has fallen by 333,000 people, with unemployment dropping by 281,000 people. There are now 111,000 fewer people employed than before the first COVID lockdowns in March 2020. They then go on to complain about how the women carry the burden of the job losses, but that's not important. It's just women complaining. But basically, okay, so they do have a legitimate, some legitimate grievance here. Basically because women tend to work part-time jobs. And nearly all those are in shit like hospitality and retail. They're all just shafted.
okay.
It's just ridiculous. In a country of 27 million, we've lost 100,000 jobs. And more. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people out of work due to government fiat. That ain't the fucking free market, folks.
God damn.
Absolutely fucking ludicrous.
Yeah.
No, just leave us the fuck alone.
We just want to be by ourselves. Is that too much to ask?
When can I go to Mars with Elon?
Yeah, it'd be nice soon.
God,
I think
wouldn't
he'd
that be
take
great?
me. I think he'd take me.
It might. You're probably useful.
Yeah, I'll build him stuff.
Oh,
So we can invade Earth.
I just want Florida and Texas to break off and form the Confederate States of America, and then invade Australia to free us from tyranny.
Well, first you gotta invade like California and the Kansas states.
Look, let's be real. California should just be nuked.
I still think Britain and Norway should join.
What, the Confederate States of America?
That'd be pretty cool.
Britain and Norway should make a North Sea oil state.
Sounds good.
That'd be pretty fucking cool.
And then just nuke the fucking Russian pipeline. Oof. then make Germany our bitch.
Now you're speaking my language.
Yes.
And then that oil state become a US state.
You know,
I keep telling
speaking
Second that he
language.
needs to let every American he knows know that Australia has oil and uranium. We need democracy, damn it.
Pre-skip democracy.
Look, they're forcing our women to wear face coverings. You need to do something. Come save us.
We got oil. And we have oiled.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Australia's, what you need to do is just create a new Australian state in the centre of Australia.
Unfortunately, there's
Australia
not
honest?
exactly much to create a state with there. Kind of the problem.
You just got to do a little casual terraforming.
I suppose.
Not a bad idea.
It's not like we don't have the technology to do it. I mean, fucking, what do you think Dubai's been doing for the last 30 years?
Yeah, but they have all that oil money.
Yeah, but they've been importing water and all sorts of shit.
Hmm.
You know, it's like... Just go full Fremen in the desert.
Yeah.
Maybe the trick is to hollow out Air's rock and create a new domed city underneath it.
Hollow out. There's wrong. He's sort of suggesting it's not already. But
Well,
it isn't already.
I mean, I'd like to find out. My alternative is to just
Like
blow it up just to piss people off.
It's just the same as the moon, mate.
Hollow and filled with cheese.
Well, the moon's too big. Everyone knows that.
I want a cheese moon.
Oh dear.
Yeah, but you'd want it to be that fucking stupid brown Norwegian cheese shit.
Don't you talk shit about that.
It's shit, and you know it's shit.
Right. And here I know you don't know shit about cheese.
No one else even thinks it is cheese. It's only the Norwegians that think it's cheese.
Well,
Yes.
technically,
Plastic.
technically, it's caramelized cheese curd.
What? That's just wrong.
Caramelized cheese curd. Basically, it's from the old days when Norway never wasted anything. So after they made the cheese, they just took the curd because there's a lot of sugar in it, a lot of sweet in it. So then they heat it up, the sugar caramelized, and that's why the brown cheese is so very sweet. Goes really well on waffles. Really well on waffles. Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Do not knock it till you try it.
Well, I'm
I've
not.
tried it, and it's shit.
Yeah, but you have no sense of taste. You eat haggis.
Sometimes I eat haggis, not
Yeah.
not often.
And that's reason enough to show that you have no sense of taste.
You eat lutefisk.
What? And how's that supposed to be worse than fucking haggis?
Oh, come off it.
At least the Scottish
At
cook
least
it.
it's edible. It's actually the flesh of the fish and not just the fucking offal of the sheep.
Who doesn't like sheep lung?
At
Exactly.
least they cook the sheep lung. It's very different from sticking a fish under a rock and letting it decompose for half a year.
Well, technically it's
No,
not
they
half
use-
a
they
year,
use-
and it's not under a rock. That's a rockfisk, and I disavow
Yeah.
that. I
Yeah, and they
disavow
use-
rockfisk.
And they use lye to oxidize it actually. So it's a chemical process. It's not just left to decompose.
The secret of this fish is essentially that we have this alcohol called akavit, which we
Oh, so
basically
that's how you can
drink to
eat
this
it.
fucking
You,
fish.
you drink yourself fucking unconscious, then you eat it.
No, actually, we figured out in some weird ass way that this barely edible fucking fish actually tastes good with this fucking liquor. And for some reason, it's a Christmas tradition. I'm pretty sure it started off as a bunch of adult people daring each other to see if it'll kill them. But in the end, we ended up getting so hardy to it that now we do it as a fucking tradition.
I just don't understand why you bother with the lutefisk. They have two Christmas food traditions, right? One is that fucking god awful fish, and the other one is these incredibly delicious sheep ribs that are fantastic.
It's not just the sheep
I will
ribs.
eat
You also
those
have
ribs.
the pig ribs, man.
And the head, yeah,
The head?
The ribs
Dude,
are-
you've been in Bergen, haven't you?
yeah. But
Oh,
but
man.
the ribs,
Disavow.
but the ribs-
Disavow.
but the ribs are fantastic.
Yeah, the ribs are
The
fucking
lutefisk is-
fantastic, but the head, the
Yeah,
fuck,
so-
dude.
But why bother with the fish? I don't understand. You know? Eat the ribs. Forget the fish. More ribs, less fish. That's the rule.
I could get behind that. But that just shows you eat fucking sheep. You eat smaller over. You eat fucking eggs. You got no legs to stand on, dude. Not when it comes to this.
Yeah, all right.
Oh god.
Is it the recipe's just too complicated for Norwegian chefs?
is just take the guts of a sheep, shove in every offal you can find on the sheep, then maybe a few vegetables, and boil the fuck out of it.
There's no vegetable. It's oats.
Ah, okay, even worse.
Yeah, I agree. The oats should be turned into beer.
Billy
Okay,
Bloggs
no.
says they do worse things with the sheep.
Yeah, I mean, waste not, want not. You fuck the sheep first, obviously. Adds protein.
Now we know where the New Zealanders got it from.
Yeah.
I'm sure. That's why Scottish people prefer a button fly.
Oh, God.
Sheep,
Oh,
sheep,
God.
the sheep have got very good hearing. The zips make too much noise.
Yep. Apparently.
Yeah. There's also a fine trade in Velcro gloves.
uh,
I also worry a lot about Billy Blobs because he seems to listen to this whole thing every week, from start to finish. I was just concerned about his life. Billy, let us know if you need help.
We care about you, Billy.
We're beyond help, but you might still have a chance. Hashtag save Billy.
Say Billy.
Oh, Prime Night has a super funny meme in Discord. Unfortunately, I can't show it on the stream because that'd get our asses kicked.
Oh yeah, is that last one?
Yeah.
Wait, which one? Where are you
I thought
finding it?
I
In
thought my
memes.
pumpkin was quite good.
Nice. Let's see.
I thought my pumpkin was quite good.
It is.
You know who that is, right?
Should we?
Yeah, it's a Jimmy Savile pumpkin.
Maybe that's it. I'm not really familiar with Jimmy Savile. Funny not being Brit.
all the Brits would get that one straight away. It's absolutely legendary.
You think this is funny? Yeah.
Oh, that's
What?
that's that Ricky Bowick
isn't
fella.
this
He's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he is really good. That guy. I love the fact that he's got in on it and just gone, yeah, I do.
Right.
Heavy rotating noises. Yeah, fucking poor old Tolkien.
Yeah, he would not approve.
I have to say, like, if you're an author now, any sale of your book, you like any like author now has to really put some sort of like real contractual shit in that stops their books being subverted in the future.
Yep. Retain creative ownership. That's the trick.
I mean, anyone who's actually ever read an original Bond book
They were a Bond.
will
book.
know that. Well, they're
Yeah.
all books. They're all Fleming's books. But if you read the original ones, the original prints of them, they're there's a lot of gamer words in them.
Ooh.
Yep.
Oh.
Like a lot. A lot of Nubians and things. Yeah. Fleming and I saw eye to eye on a lot of things, mostly about caviar, really. But he knew what he was talking about when it came to caviar and champagne.
That's nice.
No, he knew what he was talking about. he knew the real truth about caviar, that the problem is never getting enough caviar. The problem is getting enough toast.
Really?
Yeah, well, I mean that's true of a lot of. If you think about every time you, I don't know, if you think about every time you've ever been to a restaurant where you've ordered something that comes with toast, so say like a pate or a terrine or something like that, or parfait or whatever. Invariably, you get a massive slab of pate, but you get like about a third of the amount of toast that's required to eat it. And it's a thing that just drives me nuts, and has driven me nuts my entire life.
That sounds like a rich guy problem to me.
We have problems too.
Yeah. They just don't matter as much, in my opinion.
Disavow.
Rich guys have feelings too, Trim.
Yeah, they
Not
do.
feelings, just toast requirements. No, but I mean, like the toast is the cheapest bit of the thing. What's the fucking stinginess with the toast? I don't understand that.
It's just to piss you off, really.
I think it is. It's subversive. It's designed to irritate me.
And you deserve it, and you know it.
Possibly. Almost certainly, in fact.
It's a conspiracy oiled.
I think it genuinely might be.
Everyone just decided, okay, let's fuck over this guy, just this guy in particular.
Yeah. Well, this type of guy, perhaps.
No, it was you specifically.
Oh, you
They
think it's
they had this oracle
the
chick who could
the
see
whole
into the
cater-
future.
the whole catering industry is designed to irritate me. Is that?
Yeah, we had this oracle in the past, and then we just saw who would be born in the future, and then we just
Oh,
decided, you
okay.
know, what, fuck this guy in particular.
Yeah. Well, I mean, cool, I suppose.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't even be upset if that was the truth. I mean,
You were the destined one.
destined to never get quite as much toast as we'd like.
Exactly. If you ever get enough toast, the world will end.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of these things that does make me sometimes consider that there possibly is a god, and that he's just a bit of a dick.
I mean, that's pretty obvious at this point. Not gonna lie.
I mean, if you believe that there is a god, you must also believe that at least tentatively he approves of me,
Maybe.
and lots of people like me. Otherwise, he'd
Debatable.
stop us, right?
Yeah,
Right, stop
we
us
have
otherwise,
some
right?
comments in chat. Discordia says, even if it has been another black pill, I'm glad of the distraction from this cursed edit. Well, I'm glad we've been able to be of assistance.
Hey, we're
Student,
useful.
Yep, student of history says to Oil, if I can't have the right amount of toast with my pate, am I even human?
Based.
And Tan Devereaux says it's so you can't eat it all and it gets sent back to the kitchen to be disposed of.
Ah, that could be the truth.
You're paying for the kitchen stuffs, pate.
Yeah, I mean, look, if that's the rule, I'm okay with just paying for an extra portion so that I get the appropriate amount of time. I mean, just I'm a
Can you try that? Can you just try that and see if it works?
no, because I don't want the world to win.
Come on, man. I'm tired of this place already. Do me a favor.
I still have this sneaking suspicion that when there's a door on that side or there's a door on that side. Sorry, that was a bit of an that just distracted me. I sort of keep thinking that when Elon does touch down on Mars, the whole world will light up with just a thing that says level 2.
Right. Literal voice of God will just say, well, you're in for it now, lads. Buckle up, buckaroo.
Buckle up, buckaroo. Yeah. Fuck. It would be pretty funny.
And it would be. Also scary.
No.
I hope we do get a level up though, like shooting
I-
lasers
I-
from our eyes.
I'm still hoping for a zombie apocalypse. I really am.
We do know that will never work. People are too prepared nowadays.
Americans are too prepared
No.
nowadays.
Yeah, and if do you really believe that if it suddenly popped up zombies somewhere in the world, that U.S. would be all over that shit?
It would
If
it
it
would
was-
last about it would genuinely last about 2 days. It would all be done though. It would be finished in like no time at all.
Exactly. I mean, the only zombies that could be a threat would be like the 28 days later ones.
I have an
They would be a
idea.
threat.
I have an idea.
Not
What
even
if
not really.
we build a wall around California, let the zombie go, and then we can sell tickets for people to go in there and shoot zombies?
Oh, that'd be cool.
That'd be awesome. So I've actually in Singapore. Right, I know I've probably said this before. There's a paintball place in Singapore.
Yeah.
There's a paintball place in Singapore that they had a zombie apocalypse day, and you could pay, and they just got hundreds of students, and got them dressed, and got them to come as zombies, and they would literally lurch about the place, and you just shoot the fuck out of them.
That'd be fun.
Was
Yeah,
it
not
fun?
so great to be the, not so great if you're the zombie, right? But
At least they make money.
yeah. I mean, the thing is, it wasn't even that expensive.
I mean, a little money for you is a lot of money for them. Perspective.
No, it's just no. I'm just saying, like it was a lot of fun, but you felt bad about it after. I mean, I didn't, but other people. There were a lot of crotch shots.
Oh, dude, you dick.
Not my dick. That's important.
Well, not yours, but
Um,
not my dick.
actually, yeah, that's pretty base though. Like, sign me up for that zombie day. Let's do it.
I'm in.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I mean, Prime Night is pulling out the memes tonight.
Yes.
What do you call a quarter pounder of cheese in Paris?
What?
What? I don't know. You have to look at it, I guess. Something in Arabic. So, any more news articles, or are we done?
That's all I had.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
Well then, maybe we should do like a white pill instead of keep doing all the Lotus Eater stuff. Maybe we should do like a white pill show as a sort of
Palate cleanser?
As a bit of a
as a
counterpoint.
sort of like a cleanser after. Yeah,
All the black pills?
it does feel like it's getting darker and darker every week, doesn't it?
Mm,
It's a bit too black, you say?
it is. A white pill would be nice. Does anyone have any white pills?
I was telling a couple of, I was in the voice chat the other day. I was telling a couple of the guys that I met. I had a sort of work thing earlier in the week, and they had the sort of contingent had come from another company, and I was sitting in the boardroom, and they had one little tiny manlet with them. And so we'd gone out for lunch, and the manlet was sort of sat in the corner and not really talking to anybody. So I sort of sloped off to go and have a chat with him, because I felt a bit sort of Sorry for him. And the little manlet turned out to be a transsexual, female to male. And I was talking with him rather. And I sort of said, "How's this going for you?" And yeah, he said it sucked. That none of the men in his company. He said that the men in the company had accepted him as a man, which was good, but none of them respected him.
What a shock.
And,
I wonder why.
well, he was about 4'8", and was built like Civic.
That's nothing impressive.
And he said, no matter what, oh yeah, he said no matter what he tried, that it couldn't seem to shift his position in the hierarchy. And I thought, well, yeah, that's how men's hierarchies work, isn't it? You very quickly sort yourselves out, and then that's it. There's no real way to move your position unless you have a sudden increase in income or you get completely jacked or something. Otherwise you're pretty much stuck. And yeah, it's quite interesting. So how are you enjoying life on hard mode? And yeah, he wasn't really. I think is the long and the short of it.
Well, I think that's what most of them have found.
Yeah, and so he was saying how impossible it was to get a date, and that women didn't care about him. And I thought these are basically incel talking points. And,
Yep.
so I was wondering what percentage of the incel community is actually just transsexual women. Well, transsexual men. Because maybe it's a lot of them. Well, what percentage? I'd like to know.
So what about that incel guy who just ended up shooting up a place? What's it called again?
That hardly narrows it down.
Do you mean the British one?
Yeah, I think so.
No, I think that was a man.
Wow, he wasn't a man, but male.
Well, no, he had a good beard, so probably was.
Oh, that's not the guy I'm thinking of.
So what about Willie Boy Shatner going to space, finally?
Awesome.
Yep.
Wait, Shatner's going to space?
Did you see the...
Did you not know, Trim?
No.
Shatner went to... Well, he was on the... I mean, they say space. I mean, standard Bezos bullshit. Just went into the atmosphere and came back again.
Yeah.
It's not really...
It's not space, but he...
It's not Musk. It's not Musk space, is it? It's Bezos space.
Yeah. But he did pick himself up a world record. Oldest person to go to space.
Yeah. Did you see the Babylon Bees take?
No, I didn't.
They just photoshopped a goatee onto him. And said Shatner's evil twin returns to Earth. Which did it for me. Yeah. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Bender position.
Yeah. Apparently, he was so happy about it, though. The most profound experience he could imagine.
He said he was shitting himself before he went, though.
I bet he fucking was.
Shit, he's going to space.
He's been and come back. Yeah. Oh, hey, if anyone deserves it, it's old Shatner.
I mean, that's a pretty good marketing ploy, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. If you're going to pick a celebrity to take up there with you, you can't be much smarter than to take William Shatner.
Well, your other choice was what's his face? Oh my!
Oh, the whiny gay dude.
Sakai?
Yeah, I can't remember what his name is now.
George Sakai. Apparently, he was being a little bitch about it too.
Oh,
I bet he was.
Yeah, apparently he didn't have much nice to say about it.
of course not.
He hasn't got much nice to say about anything as far as I can tell.
Well, he certainly
Used
hasn't
to be
had any
cool.
good takes recently. Really? You sure?
He used to be cool, but suddenly just fucking. Or maybe I'm just looking through the rose-tinted glasses.
Yes, well, it used to be that you didn't hear a word George Takei said. You only heard what Sulu had to say. Unfortunately,
Huh.
George Takei doesn't have anything of value.
Yeah, and all the Zulus are dead. No. No. One Sulu. Yeah, no, both the Zulus are dead, right?
Both of them? In the series?
No, the one from the series, but the young one that was on the in the
The gay one?
Star Trek movies, he died. I don't know if he was gay or not.
I mean, is this actor or the character dead?
Well, the actor. Both
Oh,
the actors are dead, aren't they?
Shit.
Hmm. Prime Night has something a little uplifting for us to have a look at. Let's have a look-see.
Yeah, mine's not. For some reason, mine's not updating.
11-year-old Manitoba boy saves family after alerting them to house fire. An 11-year-old boy on the autism spectrum is being credited with saving his family from a house fire. Grayson Hunt,
Pretty
11,
badass.
likes to get an early start to the day. On Wednesday, however, his morning routine was drastically different. When Grayson went to use the washroom, he found his Autumnwood Drive apartment filled with smoke. I was going to use the bathroom, but I smelled something strange, so I opened the door and there was a bunch of smoke, so I had to close my door and I was scared. And it was like, Mum, there's a fire, said Grayson. Grayson's father, Brian Hunt, said visibility was only about a foot with the amount of smoke in the house. The family was able to evacuate the house out of 4, with the only injury being a burn on Grayson's hand. With the fire being so intense, the family didn't have time to grab shoes, let alone any possessions. I had all that memorabilia, war medals, pictures, awards, certificates, everything, said Brian. Brian said there wasn't an audible alarm in the suite, despite the smoke detectors being serviced the day before. Oops! The fire people came in the day before to replace the smoke detectors, and he was in and out in a hurry from what I heard, he said. According to the Winnipeg Fire Paramedic Service, the firefighters arrived at 6:22 a.m. when the building's silent alarm was triggered. Oh, damn. There you go. But hey, saved the family.
That's a bit convenient, isn't it? You know, convenient, that, isn't it? That the smoke detectors were serviced the day before and didn't work, and something caused the fire. What
I mean,
caused
it
the
seems a
fire?
bit a little bit suspicious.
Yep.
Yeah, what caused the fire?
Faulty smoke alarm.
That would be. I mean,
That would be funny.
I mean,
Hilarious, actually.
Someone's getting a good claim anyway.
Apparently 11-year-olds in the States have been up to some fun stuff. Or at least North America. 11-year-old King shoots home intruder, mocks the intruder for crying after he was shot.
Nice.
That
was ages ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, apparently it's from 2016. But still.
I remember that one from before because of the mockery.
Yeah. Still pretty funny though.
That it is.
Yeah.
Hell are you? Are you playing in traffic, Oiled?
What?
Are you playing
I'm
around
just
in
walking
traffic?
home, yeah.
Huh. Walking? That's not very rich man of you. You're supposed to be sitting in a limo.
I'm very down to earth
Oh, that's good.
sometimes.
Well, sometimes. When you're not
I'm in a little, I'm in a
when
little
you're not
shitty town.
incinerating phones.
Yeah. I'm in a little shitty town. There's no limos.
But you can
Not in a
make them happen.
city. I would never get it. I'd never book a limo anyway. The limousine is the limousine is the vehicle of choice for 12-year-old girls. Birthday parties. No one's serious with getting a limousine now. That's true, right? Every time you see a limousine, it's just children in it. Never.
I mean, I can't argue with that.
And if it's like a stretch Hummer, then it's just full of skanks.
And not even the good kind.
The
Yeah,
exploding kind?
the fat kind.
Ugh,
Ugh.
terrible.
So yes, the exploding kind.
Look, if there's just one of them and then they get stuck in the roof, it's just not pretty. Ooh, Scotty is vicious. You were mistaken for a 12-year-old girl last time you hired a limo, weren't you? Well, come on, fess up.
Wow.
No, I've got bigger tits than that.
Ooh. Ooh.
Right, proper mantis. Damn it.
I believe the technical term is moob.
Yeah.
And what is Jewish man boobs? Jubes.
Oh
That
dear.
is so fucking old. That is such a fucking old joke. Where the fuck is that joke from? South Park?
Probably. Virtually everything is.
Nah.
Oh
Yeah.
shit!
If it isn't from South Park, it's been parodied from South Park.
Yeah,
If it
I
isn't
just
from
walked past
South
the
Park,
house
it's from
with
The
a
Simpsons.
big black. I've just walked past a house with a big black power fist in the window.
Of course. I was about I was about to I was
Doesn't
half
say BLM of
expecting
it. It's just the black.
I was halfway expecting you to say a big black cock in the window. I mean, you're in Scotland.
That would have been. I'm not in Scotland.
Oh, even worse, you're in England.
Yeah. There aren't any black people in where I'm from. So.
I'm sorry, but the BBC
But,
seems to teach other things than
Aberdeen's in the cold Arctic north.
that.
Weirdly, people don't tend to settle there. They're not.
I wonder why.
I mean, there's a few now, but they're all like Nigerian. No, but you know, if you find a black guy in Aberdeen, he's almost certainly BLM, you know, a Haitian Nigerian, and they're correct, or somebody, and you know, they would not advocate. There's no black guys being fucking discriminated against in Aberdeen. They're all fucking oil. The only guys there are oil engineers.
Cool.
Yeah, you won't find many black guys working in a McDonald's or something.
That's a place for teenage girls.
Maybe maybe they're kids or something. But, well, no. We haven't got a stabby epidemic where I'm live.
Nope. You taught yours correctly. What?
Oh, they just weren't ghetto-wise, were they?
All right, so we are coming up to 5 a.m. So might start winding it up. I have things to do today, which is sadly not the big protest in Brisbane.
Oh,
Yeah, I wanted to go, but unfortunately, high priority stuff has come up, which is a shame.
that kind of sucks, man.
It does. I wanted to go get some exclusive footage.
That'd be fucking cool.
Yep. I want an excuse to use my sexy brand new camera. That I've had for ages, but haven't actually been able to use in the violence yet.
One day.
I had so many plans, and then everything went to crap.
Sad.
Indeed.
Let's see. Well, I'm just keep playing Metroid for a while.
Yep. Oh, there we go. Something really funny to something actually good to see us out. The court sided
What?
with Johnny Depp in the Amber Heard Millions case.
Hell yeah! Finally.
Yeah, I saw that the other day. It's awesome.
God. That guy's been fucking stepped on a bit too much.
Yep. Fortunately, the courts decided in his case.
That's how it should be.
Yep. Oh God, that's not a well-written article, so I'm not even going to attempt to read it. But hey, at least things are finally going in Depp's favour.
How about the timing? What the fuck is that?
I believe it's the civil case to Scotia. Apparently, Heard has to show what happened to the $7 million that she was supposed to donate that has disappeared. Yeah, he lost all those parts. What the hell is this website? It's absolutely atrocious. Not a Their English is abysmal.
I mean, that's not unusual.
Yeah. Oh, you're shitting me.
That's the Guardian.
Say Guardian?
No. It's the Goa Spotlight. Whatever the fuck that is.
The hell is that?
Well, I'm gonna assume it's from India.
Yeah. That might be it. Goa is a place in India.
Yes.
Yeah. So according to
As a Brit, we
Discordia,
know the names only.
in the slander suit, they don't need to prove reasonable doubt. They just need to prove it's possible. That's fucking appalling.
Man. What a fucking world.
Yeah.
Well, slander's a nightmare, really, because you need to be libel and slander. It's really difficult because you have to actually prove a material loss. So you have to be able to say, I lost this much money because of this.
That's kind of ridiculous.
But that's what it is. You actually have. It's almost impossible to prove because you actually have to be able to put a number on it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I suppose
Sorry,
that's why those guys who are losing book deals and things in the States are having a good time suing because they can actually show material losses.
Sure. But I mean, if you go, I got kicked out of uni. The only material loss you can show is what you paid for university. You can't go, yeah, but I would have made, X amount of money in the future. Because you can't prove that you would have passed. You can't prove that you would have got a job. You can't.
It's kind of annoying.
Yeah.
And because the woman was going against him, I mean, he was already technically losing.
Yeah.
Because always believe the woman before the man, because,
Well, yeah, you should believe the woman, and she admitted to having hit him. She's admitted to having she's admitted to having punched Jason Momoa.
Momoa?
Momoa. Moana.
Jason Momoa. Okay, that was funnier than I anticipated.
That is actually what I would call him if I met him.
Oh,
Jason Momoa.
okay.
Just
So this Discord is talking about the Sun newspaper one, where they called him a wife beater. It was theoretically possible that he was a wife beater, so they dismissed the claim, and then people could just call him a wife beater all over the place. Because
yep, that's how it works.
which is fucking that's abysmal.
America.
No, this was in the UK.
This is in the UK, mate.
At least some places in America have defamation per se or pro se or whatever it is. Where they can at least go, yeah, the thing you did was fucking abysmal, and you don't need to prove financial damage.
Yeah, student of history, Aquaman, Jason Momoa, Khal Drogo.
Moana.
Wait, isn't he also Duncan Idaho in Dune?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. How is he?
Shit, isn't it? They should have got Patrick Stewart back.
God damn it.
They could have got
Patrick
Patrick
Stewart is
Stewart back, and he should have got Patrick Stewart back, and he would have looked exactly the same as he did when he did it last time.
I mean, Patrick Stewart is technically ageless, but the problem is, though, that Duncan Idaho has a big role in the books.
Yeah, in the books, but not in the film.
Well, that's true. Now, he doesn't really get important
At least in
until
the
the
previous.
third book, I think?
Yeah, something like that.
Man, if shit starts getting complicated around the third one.
Ugh. I mean, I don't think very many people have actually read many of the books, really.
I do recommend them, though. At least the first
no,
one.
I've had them on my to-read list for years, but there's always been so many more things that I wanted to read more. Shit, I need to
I
get
also
more...
recommend the original.
Yeah? The original...
I also game. The original Dune game was real-time strategy was fucking awesome.
Oh, and
Ooh.
yeah, and its sequel, Dune 2000. That was pretty cool, too.
Yeah. The original game is basically the template for all the Command and Conquer type games and stuff like that.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, it was fucking decent. I bet it looks like shit now, but it was.
I wonder if
epic.
Good Old Games have had a crack at it.
It was a fucking cracking game.
Yeah.
To build ornithopters to bring back your harvesters and
No.
And occasionally, you had to while you were fighting, you had to constantly check on your harvesters in case they got eaten by fucking worms. Cunts. The worms would just sidle up and eat your fucking harvester if you weren't looking.
Worms are cunts.
The worms are cunts, yeah. That's my main takeaway from June.
Well, yeah.
Apparently, there's been like a remaster on June 2000. Interesting.
Yeah,
Pretty fucking neat.
Yeah.
I like Dune 2000. I can't quite explain.
Yeah, maybe. Okay.
I like the whole what you call it, the different fighting between the different houses in the Landsraad. I mean, you
Yeah.
were the Harkonnen, the Atreides, and you ended up also being that technocracy. Yeah.
No, I can't remember.
And then you had to work with the Tleilaxu and the Ixians.
There was a badass Harkonnen tank. I remember that.
Yeah.
That was so fucking long ago. Yeah, I just wish somebody would make a decent game at the minute.
Oh
That'd be
god.
cool.
Just decent games in general would be nice.
Yeah, I'm currently playing through Tales of Arise.
Yeah.
It's okay. Having just smashed the fuck out of Deathloop.
Was it good?
Yeah, Deathloop's pretty good. It's a bit. It's more of a concept game, I guess.
That's good.
Yeah.
I was kind of just expecting it to be some kind of meh game.
Yeah, it's just a bit annoying, really, because if you just keep playing through the same day over and over again.
I mean, it's a loop game after all.
Yeah. It's like, oh, I just collected I've just got all these weapons and got all the stuff and everything, and now I've done this bit, and now, now the day's over and I have to start again. And it's like, now I have to go and collect all this shit again. It's like, this is quite annoying.
Alrighty. So, since I unfortunately have to do shit later today, we
Loser.
might. Fuck you.
I just want to say this has been really fun, guys. It's
It
it's
has
nice to
been.
actually be able to be through the whole fucking podcast once.
Yeah. Yeah, when I get my shit sorted out, I'll be able to be on more. I've missed it for weeks and weeks, really. Now. It's fucking getting quite annoying.
I look forward to getting you back on it regularly again.
Yeah. I need to get my fucking life stable.
Yeah, I see that one.
Yeah.
I got some shit I need to do as well myself, but at least I'm able to do other shit with it.
Yeah. All right.
Alrighty. So we'll call it
Yes,
there. It's been another week with very limited white pilling.
Oh, it could have been worse.
Could it? Yeah, I suppose it could, but so let's not tempt it.
I'm more of a glass half full kind of guy, or at least I'm trying to.
Yeah, well, I'm more of the glass is locked behind a glass wall that you can never have kind of guy at the moment.
I'm more of a, hey, my glass was much bigger this, and it was full.
Yes, there's a problem with this glass. I can see the bottom of it.
Yeah, this isn't my glass. Bring me my glass.
Oh yeah, boy, I got the plasma beam in Metroid. Get fucked, everyone. Sorry.
All right.
I really like the plasma beam.
And on that note,
Yes.
Shadilay, motherfuckers.
Yes, Shadilay, bitches.
Bye, everybody.